18th January. I welcome everybody, and I will read out the public warning that we put on the agenda. For the purpose of public transparency and accountability, the meeting will be live streamed online. Details of how to access the live stream will be made available on the council's website. For health and safety reasons and in accordance with our risk assessment, members of the public have been asked to follow the meeting via this method and are not able to attend any physical meeting in person. Members of the public wishing to speak at the meeting have been advised to do so remotely, and they have been provided with the details after giving registration to speak. Are there any apologies for absence?
Apologies have been received from Councillor Hope. No substitute has been received.
Right. Thank you. I would propose to take items 2, 3, 4 and 5. No, 2, 3, 4 of the no, 2 and 4 of the agendas for both this meeting and for the meeting of 15th February and for the meeting that follows it, so that I don't at this stage, so as not to have to repeat them. So first of all, declarations of interest. Are there any does anybody have any declarations of interest to make? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Not to any specific item, but as a member of North Yorkshire County Council, with regard to local lead flood authority and highways issues. They are personal, non-prejudicial and non-pecuniary.
I would state that I attended a meeting with officers and applicants in regard to item 9, and in which I did not take one side or the other, but I did assist with the with a compromise that was arrived at. Are there any other declarations of interest? Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've been lobbying on item 10 on the second agenda from the 15th of February. Personal, non-pecuniary, non-whatever else.
Any more? And of course, I suppose I should say that on item 9 of the first agenda, I was of course canvassed as well. Again, personal, non-pecuniary, etc. Can we have the minutes of the last meeting? Would somebody like to propose the minutes? Any seconder? I'll second them. Are they agreed? All agreed, so I'll take that as agreed, shall I? Without asking for a vote. Urgent business. I have no urgent business, but I do think I have an announcement to make, and that is an explanation as to why the meeting of 18th of January did not go ahead on that date and is now deferred to today. I decided to defer this meeting about a week before the meeting of the 18th. This was at a time when nobody knew the true impact that Omicron was likely to have, and when officers were being advised to work from home if they possibly could. I was concerned that vulnerable members of the committee might be at risk, and I asked the officers if the meeting could take place virtually, which was my preference. The officers declined to do this without the agreement of all group leaders. Unfortunately, the group leaders could not agree to do this. And so in the circumstances, I spoke to the Vice Chair of the committee, and with Councillor Potter's agreement, I decided to postpone the meeting until today. I would add that we've had a pre-meeting, as we usually do, the officers and chairman and vice chairman before this meeting, and I have encouraged officers to keep their reports short, as is appropriate. They can't make them all short, so that we can hopefully finish the business of both committee meetings in very good time. So I hope that is accepted. I apologise for any inconvenience that you may have had, but in the circumstances, I didn't think I had any choice. Does Councillor Potter wish to add anything to that? No. Right. Anybody wishes to comment on that? That's fine then. So then we will go on to the schedule of items to be determined by the committee. And the first one is the Fox Hill Touring Caravan and Camping Site, Claxton to Harton Lodge, Malton, which is, if I can get to it in time, it's an application for extension of the holiday camp to include the siting of 5 number static caravans, 7 number holiday lodges, and 6 number glamping pods. And I believe, Niamh, you're the officer who's responsible for this one. So
Yes.
Can you make your presentation, please?
I will. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to highlight that there has been a request to defer this application. In the report that was on the January agenda, I'd noted that we were waiting for a consultation response from the Environment Agency. This has been received and they're presently objecting to the application, but they're seeking further information. The agent has provided that further information after engaging specialist consultants, and basically that information is back with the Environment Agency, the IDB and the Lead Local Flood Authority for reconsultation. So we're requesting a deferral to the March committee to allow for any revised comments to be made, which officers would support. Thank you, Chair.
Is that agreed? I don't need to take a vote, do I? No. Item number 7, which is a householder application, erection of double garage of access of Keeper's Gate following demolition of existing greenhouse at 10 Hungate, Pickering.
Yes, we're on item 7. Yeah.
And I think this is Ellie's. Ellie Thompson, are you there? Ah. I beg your pardon. Carry on.
Hello, we can't hear you.
It's the first item on the next agenda, Simon. Can we go on to item number 7?
Yes, Chairman, I'll take that if that's all right. Members, we would like to make an officer request to defer this next item We received quite a detailed letter this afternoon from a solicitor acting on behalf of an objector to the application. The letter raises a number of concerns with the officer report, which it believes to be misleading in parts and is threatening a judicial review. So I think on this basis and on the advice of the council solicitor, we would like to request that this item be deferred in order for us to prepare a considered response to the letter and prepare an updated report. Thank you.
Is that agreed? Yeah, that's good. Now go on to item number 8, which is on page, what is it, is it 100, is it? 76. Which is the erection of a single-storey extension to the rear elevation, including 2-number roof lanterns, following the demolition of existing outbuildings, 63 Town Street, Old Malton. This is Ellie Thompson again. Are you going to do that, Jill? Ah, Ellie, right.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is a minor householder application for a single-storey extension to the rear of 63 Town Street in Old Malton. The application has been brought to committee following the receipt of a number of objections from occupiers of neighbouring properties. The extension is proposed to have a modern design and will not be readily visible from public vantage points. The overall form, scale and materials of the proposed development are considered to be acceptable. The main issue that has been raised in relation to this application is due to the way the property has been historically subdivided in the past. There are 3 attached cottages, which are number 57, 59 and 61 Town Street, which back onto the application site. It is understood that these cottages benefit from a legal right of access through the application site to allow for maintenance to the rear of their properties and the underground water pipe. It is also understood that they have a right of light to the existing openings which overlook the application site. The objectors for this application have requested that a copy of the land registry for one of the cottages be shown to members, so this has been made available on members' desks. However, the applicants are aware of this right-of-way and right-of-light and have tried to design the extension so that a space remains between the extension and the rear wall of the cottages so that a scaffold tower can be erected to carry out maintenance. Notwithstanding this, these are private civil matters and not material planning considerations. As outlined in the report, it is considered that the extension is likely to result in some reduction in light for the 3 windows which overlook the application site. However, the extension is proposed to be constructed from glass, which is a lightweight material and will help to reflect light and mitigate the impact of the extension. The property also benefits from permitted development rights, so an extension of this design and height could be constructed under permitted development rights in this location, providing it didn't extend further than 3 metres from the rear of the property. An extension of this scale with a length of 3 metres would still have the same impact on the first 2 neighbouring windows in the rear elevation of the neighbouring properties. The property is within the Old Malton Conservation Area and the northern boundary wall of the site is a curtilage listed under the listing of the neighbouring property to the north. The Building Conservation Officer has been consulted and has raised no objections to the proposal. So for now, we could have a look at the photos, please. So this is where the application site is. It's very close to the Royal Oak pub in Old Malton. Thank you. This is the front of the property. So the application site is effectively the right-hand side of what you can see there. So it's the door and then the 2 windows on the right-hand side. The 2 windows on the left-hand side belong to number 61. So this is the rear of the site where the extension is proposed to go, so taken from the very rear of the site. So the extension would kind of replace the existing buildings there and be in that position against that wall, leaving the gap along the side, sort of roughly where the gravel is there. This is just a closer photo of the existing buildings looking towards the rear of the property. And then this is from the same sort of position, sort of looking towards the rear wall. So that stone wall there is the rear wall of the attached cottages. And I think you can just see one of the windows, which is at the far end of that wall there. So this is taken from further up Town Street, looking towards the application site, just to show that really it would only be glimpsed views of the extension from public vantage points that could be possible. I think roughly where that sort of red coloured tree is, it would just be below there, and it would only really be the roof lights that you'd be able to see from this position. And then this photo has been taken from within the curtilage of the neighbouring property to north, just showing rather the wall there. So that wall is proposed to be built up ever so slightly, so that the majority of the extension wouldn't be visible from this side. Thank you, Chairman. There are no more updates for this application, and the recommendation is as outlined.
And I believe there is the applicant who wishes to speak, Debbie Burtonshaw.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Would you like to, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so thank you firstly for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. We wanted to just explain that careful attention has been given to the design of the extension to ensure that minimal impact occurs to neighbouring properties. From the very start of the process, we were completely transparent and honest and shared the ideas and the plans with the neighbours before submitting them for approval. The proposed build seeks to increase the amount of light into what is a naturally shaded area. We have maximised the amount of glass in the design. Unfortunately, you haven't seen the photographs, but some of the photographs that we've submitted show that there's naturally, in the height of summer, a shadow cast from the rear of the property, which extends to 4.3 metres back. So, which means that the arc of the sun never directly shines into that area. It does, however, fall directly onto the roof of the extension. The wall visible to the right-hand side of the property, which is for number 61, in the furthest corner, and 59 halfway down the wall. The wall belonging the window that belongs to number 61 measures 50 centimetres square and is recessed behind a 30 centimetre brick nib of a wall. The glass in that window is already opaque, and at the admission of the neighbour is currently partially blocked by a fridge freezer. And it's also worth pointing out that these properties, which are one room deep, do have the benefit of direct sunlight to the front throughout the day. The intention with the design of the extension is to draw in the light through the two roof lanterns and to bounce that through the light decor and out through the fully glazed side windows, which will also reflect off the sandstone of the property wall. It's hard to see if any light at all is going to be lost. If anything, it's likely to increase the amount of light brought to those side windows. In terms of loss of privacy, this is also something that's been compromised when permission was originally granted for the bathroom extension in 1981. The room that currently sits there is a bathroom, and we're proposing to change that to a kitchen, which obviously feels as though it is an improvement. With regards to the right of access, access has never been denied by ourselves and never would be. We're legally obliged to allow the neighbours into the garden to access the rear of the properties. We've never refused this and have no intention of doing so in the future. Our plans do mean that they may have to change how they access the roofs and gutters. But there are numerous alternatives. That change is inevitable, and whilst I acknowledge it may be difficult for the neighbours to accept, we do not consider it reasonable that our future plans be restricted on this basis. This property in Old Malton was chosen on its merits and suitability to become our forever home. As someone with a chronic disability, the option to create an accessible space is paramount, and I would ask that the committee please consider this when making their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, questions. I would start by asking a question. First of all, Jill, would it be appropriate to add a condition taking away the PD rights? Because if the applicant is doing something which you would already have PD rights for, would it be appropriate to, if you like, stop a ratcheting of those rights onwards? I spoke to you about this before, and perhaps you could comment, please.
I think we'd have to really understand which permitted development rights you would look to restrict. I mean, this is quite a restrictive space. So any permitted development rights that that would apply in this space, I think, have probably been would be subsumed by the sort of the application, the extension which forms the application, if that was approved. Other than that, I'm not sure which other permitted development rights that would be of a concern to members in this respect. If the application's approved, if members are minded to approve the application, I don't see which other permitted development rights it certainly that would be relevant would be an issue.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No. Councillor Goodrick.
I don't think the access to services has been something which has been raised by objectors. I think it's more the access to be able to maintain their properties and the right to light. So the right of an access and the right to light. But any right that they have to enter the application site would be a civil private matter.
So
then they would have to exercise any their private rights under civil law. Yeah.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. It's as much an observation or informative. If you look on the page 83 of the report, the top left plan view appears to show gullies coloured in blue. I wonder if that might be what Councillor Goodrick is referring to in terms of drains and gullies for the neighbours. But as you say, it's a civil matter. But I just wonder if that covers that question.
I think that's what it does relate to, and yes, you're correct, Councillor Cleary. It would be a civil matter.
Any more questions? Well, in that case, I will propose the officer's recommendation. I can understand the problems of the neighbours. I can understand that they might be concerned about overlooking. But if all these things could be done under existing permitted development rights, then it seems more appropriate that it should be done in a properly planned way than under permitted development rights over which we would have no control. So I would propose the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie. Does anybody else wish to speak? Can we have a vote, please, Jill, in the way that Gary used to do it?
Yes. Councillor Andrews. Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you. That's unanimous. That's 8 votes in favour of the recommendation.
That's agreed. Then We now go on to item 9, which is at New Wells News, North Back Lane at Terrington, and 87, page 87. And that is for variation of condition 02 of planning approval to allow the erection of a larger single-storey rear extension at New Wells Mews, North Back Lane, Terrington. Is this Emma Woodland's case, or do you want to deal with the deferment now, Janet? Now, Jill.
If I could take this this item, please, Chairman. Just as a way of an update, members, we have quite recently, and since the agenda was published, received some amended plans in relation to this item, which the case officer, Emma Woodland, considers to be acceptable. We don't believe there is a need to reconsult on these amended plans. So on this basis, we would ask members to agree to remove this item from the agenda and to delegate authority to me to approve what is in effect the amended scheme, which we consider to be acceptable under delegated powers.
Can I have a proposer to propose this, please? Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Potter seconding it, and then I suppose we have to have a vote. So can we go through the vote, please, Jill?
Councillor Andrews.
4.
Councillor Brackstone. 4. Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Goodrick.
4.
Councillor Mackenzie.
4.
Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Windress.
4.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you, Jill. So that concludes the meeting of the 18th of January. I'll close that meeting and we will start the meeting of 15th of February. Apologies for absence we've done. Declarations of interest. Are there any other declarations of interest that members wish to declare who haven't declared them at the beginning of the last meeting? That's fine. Minutes, we can't do the minutes yet. Urgent business, we've done that. Schedule of items to be determined by the committee. The first one is the basement of the Cornwall Railway Street at Malton, which is on page page 5. Neve, are you going to briefly introduce this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we could have the aerial map, that would be great, please, Hayley. As members are aware from the previous presentation in December, the Cornwall's Grade 2 listed former corn mill and warehouse within Malton Conservation Area. It's located to the east of Railway Street and is adjacent to the River Derwent to the south. The majority of the property has been converted into flats which are run by Impact Live-In, and that's a not-for-profit company who provide housing and support services, and there are already 34 self-contained apartments present. The application seeks planning permission for the change of use of part of the site to form 3 one-bedroom flats, a support facility and stores, and also with new entrance gates and vehicular and pedestrian access. We have undertaken the site visit. That was on Tuesday, the 11th of January. So I'll just run through the pictures very briefly. So the first picture is just looking towards the northern elevation of the site, and the next picture is a better view of the access to the site, and that's where the new vehicular gates will be located, just across there where the gap is at present. The next photograph is just showing again the northern boundary of the site. The next photograph is actually in facing the eastern elevation, and it's at the ground floor in the central part here where the new flats will be created. So I just draw members' attention to the levels at this point. So whilst it has been described as a basement in the description of the proposal, in our eyes it really is a lower sort of ground level. And one of the next photographs I'll show you was actually taken from inside the site, and you'll be able to see the very limited difference between the ground level at this point and the ground level internally at the building. So the next photograph is just another view, kind of more towards the river at the south. The next photograph is looking back, standing beside the river, looking northwards, and kind of viewing the existing car park. And the next photograph is the site from the bridge itself, so that's the southern boundary. And the next photograph is actually internally at the site, and I think this is really important to highlight. So you can see the door that you were able to see in the earlier photograph. The door obviously would be blocked up, the windows would be raised by 25 centimetres, but at this point you could really appreciate the levels in terms of its relationship with the land to the east. It's very kind of, you know, close to the existing ground level at that point. The next photograph is just another view of that. So if we could just go to the aerial map, that would be great, please. As we've previously established, we have no issue in terms of principle, character, form, impact upon the listed building or amenity or highway safety. The key aspect as part of this application is the impact on flood risk. As noted, the wider site is predominantly located within flood zone 3, and the proposed flats would be within that highest zone. From the previous report, you'll be able to appreciate the very detailed consultation we've undertaken with statutory consultees on this application, and the EA have confirmed they have no objection, and that's subject to the imposition of what is a very stringent condition, and that's been included within the report, and previously we've gone through that in detail. I think one of the key things to mention is that all future occupiers of these flats would have a means of escape internally, as the access to and from these flats will be taken via Railway Street, which is set at the higher level, and that's to the west of the site. The agents confirmed that the proposed residential units would only be occupied by people who could utilise the access stairs onto Railway Street in the interests of safety, and we are recommending that will include an additional informative just to highlight that, as we've taken legal advice, and a condition wouldn't be appropriate in this instance. But that would mean any kind of future, you know, anybody who takes the site on in future would be fully aware of that, and that would be very much at the forefront of their mind. As recommended by the Environment Agency, North Yorkshire County Council's emergency response team were consulted and they had no specific objection. But as we've detailed in the report, the lead local flood authority have objected, and they do maintain their objection. This is an in-principle objection based on their view that basement level accommodation in flood zone 3 could never be supported. However, as we have identified before, and as you've been able to see from the photographs, the site is presently accessed from what is essentially the ground level of the adjoining car park, which is key. The proposal has been very carefully considered by officers and by members as well, and whilst it's not a common situation to approve residential accommodation in flood zone 3 or to recommend approval in light of an objection from the lead local flood authority, the site-specific situation here is a different context. However, it must be emphasised that this isn't something that is taken lightly and has been fully considered. We believe the Environment Agency responds to the site-specific situation. The EA are satisfied that, subject to the proposed construction techniques and mitigation measures that would be controlled by condition, that the proposed flats can be safely accommodated. And this is important as specific housing need in Ryedale for people who may be more vulnerable, and this is given significant weight by officers, together with the physical works that will render the development less likely to be affected by floodwater ingress that could be controlled by planning condition. Furthermore, at Impact Living, there is a coordinated management team who have a programme in place to deal with flood events, which is detailed in the Flood Risk Emergency Response Plan and the Flood Action Matrix, and we're conditioning that for annual review. So it's very different to market housing, for instance. Due to the type of flood events which have been experienced in Malton in the past, floodings generally anticipate in advance and can be prepared for accordingly. Therefore, while persons may be temporarily accommodated elsewhere in the event of a severe flood risk situation, it is unlikely that there will be significant risk. It's also considered that this meets the sequential test and the exception test as outlined in the report. Therefore, on balance, subject to what we consider to be appropriate conditions, this is recommended for approval. Malton Town Council also recommend approval, and there have been no other objections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Niamh. Now, as there is an objection from the local lead flood authority, I insisted that we should hear that objection from the local lead flood authority, and Emily Melio is here on the screen. And Emily, would you like to explain why you have made the objection and why you aren't prepared to withdraw it?
Yeah, that's fine. I would say before I explain that I haven't made an objection to this. We've made a recommendation of refusal, which is just slightly different. I know it's a nuance of language. And I think what Niamh has said in terms of the assessment that the officers have done at the LPA is all fair. The LLFA has not removed its recommendation of refusal based, as Niamh explained, on essentially on definition, application of legislation and local guidance to the building use and what we would consider to be appropriate in flood zone 3. So based on building regulations definition of a basement, which is that a storey with a floor that at some point is more than 1,200 millimetres below the highest level of ground beside the outside walls, is a basement, and it's basement development. And that potentially, due to sloping of the ground, or that if a basement is open at ground level, it may be appropriate to adopt different standards for example, fire resistance that applies to above ground structures, but this doesn't sort of remove the definition of basement. We then looked for further guidance on how we would view this application, and we went to the Local Authority Building Control Association, which similarly is clear on what we would consider basement development to be. In this case, this would be classed as a semi-basement, an inhabited single storey with up to 3 walls constructed partially or entirely below ground. So this is what we've applied to sort of our response, is that it's an assumption that it's a basement. Now, the building control team have sort of offered that the removal of doors would therefore make it a basement for future use, although at present, because of the presence of doors, it could be viewed as a sort of ground floor access. But because it would be a basement dwelling going forwards, we've considered it as such. And also that because it could be viewed as with the ground floor legislation doesn't mean that it changes the definition of it. Now, the PPG doesn't presently have a definition of a basement, but the PPS 25 previously did. However, the vulnerability classification has been carried forwards from PPS 25 into PPG and is currently in the NPPF, and it states that basement dwellings are highly vulnerable. So this is a development in flood zone 3, which we would consider to be highly vulnerable. So essentially, the creation of that additional habitable rooms in the below ground level, and with the removal of the external doors, we would consider that to be, whilst it improves flood risk, it decreases the means of access to the site. So it's in flood risk terms, it means that the accommodation is actually more vulnerable, although in this case, we can see that is a flood risk benefit. So essentially, as Neve explains, this is about how we viewed it in terms of against our policies and the building use. Because it is basement development, we would recommend a refusal and the sequential testing to not occur because of that. So we haven't been able to consider that, and that essentially is why our refusal remained.
Thank you, Emily. We now have a speaker. We have the applicant, who is Andrew Croxall. Andrew, are you there? We can't hear you, Andrew. Are you there? We still can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
No.
Yeah, you've got 3 minutes, Andrew.
Right, no, thank you. Obviously, further to your site visit last month, you were able to see that development is on the same level as the existing dwellings. The plots 27, 28, 30 is one which we've actually recently had been approved to split into 2 flats, one at the ground floor, one at the first floor. And in that situation, we were having to put a flood door on. So as regards, in terms of the basement, or whether it's a basement or not a basement, on the previous approvals, going back a few years, they had doors to the front. So, the thing is, we could put doors back on, then therefore building control would say it is not a basement. But it's the value of what these, impact living deliver to the local, of Ryedale. Basically it's deliver tailored support to address the needs of the vulnerable. These 1-bed flats are more economical to heat, manage, maintain a tenancy, whilst offering the opportunity to live independently with support staff on site. The supported accommodation is meant to be be short to medium-term starter housing. That is an immediate stepping stone to moving on to independent living in more mainstream accommodation. The applicant is more than happy to implement the necessary flood mitigation measures that have been outlined on previous approvals and obviously submitted within our flood risk assessment. They've also signed up to the Environmental Agency flood warnings with the approved flood evacuation plan and flood action matrix being annually reviewed by the Comittee management team. So as well as the support staff, the employer security team, creating a community which tenants say they feel safe and they enjoy living in. Obviously, they've got relationships with the other professionals and working closely with North Yorkshire Police, Ryedale District Council, Adult Services, mental health teams, and North Yorkshire Horizons, often receiving referrals from the various sectors named above. Over the past years, they've had to decline a lot of applicants due to lack of availability of flats. By having the opportunity to create further flats, this will enable them to help and support more people in the future. Therefore, we have the same opinion as the case officer that the proposal, subject to the relevant conditions, will be safe for its lifetime, delivering significant economic, social and environmental benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to questions. And the first thing is, I've got 2 questions for Emily. First of all, I'd like Neve to read out the proposed notice that you were going to put at the end of the planning permission, the informative. And I wonder, Emily, if you could read that out, and then we could ask Emily if she would comment on it, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bear with me just a second while I get my suggested text. So this is in draft form at the moment. The suggested informative is the following. As per the correspondence dated the 21st of December 2021 between the case officer and Andrew Croxall, agent, the developer/applicant recognises that the 3 proposed residential units should only be occupied by persons who can utilise the access stairs onto Railway Street in the interests of safety. This cannot be controlled via planning condition. Therefore, this informative is intended to underline this as an imperative element in the future management of the site. Thank you.
Emily, would this help address your concerns?
I think that there's two separate things here, because there's whether or not the emergency response to a flood event or a scenario is appropriate, and that's not for me to comment on. That is the emergency and resilience team. And then there's whether or not this is appropriate development in flood zone 3, which is what we've based our recommendation on. So resilience and emergency measures are not something that we would consider appropriate for development in flood zone 3 and sort of resilience planning, because we have stated that we don't consider that the development is appropriate for the flood zone 3 because of the high vulnerability as stated in the NPPF. But I do recognise that those types of measures do assist with flood risk management.
Thank you. And the other question I wanted to ask you was, what other use do you think that basement could be put to, which would comply with your policies?
Well, I don't think that's particularly for me to answer. I comment on the application that's put before me, but wherever we had, even if we have a sequential test which would demonstrate to us that flood zone 3 was appropriate for development, we wouldn't recommend basement development to be incorporated into that. But obviously, I'm not here to comment on what is or isn't appropriate to the development, but to that site.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No. Well, as I'm a local member, I would say first of all that I do appreciate the advice that we're getting from Emily. We get a lot of advice from the Environment Agency, and quite honestly, we're not. Some of us are not very impressed with that advice. So it's good to hear some sound advice. But I personally think that on the basis of the officer's report and of the fact that there would be an informative on the bottom of the planning permission, as you've heard suggested, that this actually does cover my concerns anyway in regard to people living in a basement, which could be, or a basement type flat which could be flood prone, and I would therefore propose approval. Yes. What we are in debate. Do you want to speak? Go ahead.
I'd like to pick up on page 18 on the suggested improving the flood performance of new building flood resilient construction. But anyway, just above, if members can look, just above 3.09, there's a paragraph that says, with regard to potential overland flow into the car park, the building owners have advised that there is already a submersible pump installed on the site adjacent to the river wall, which pumps water into the river should this occur. The location of the pump is indicated on the site topographical survey attached in Appendix C. Well, because I take a keen interest in pumps of all sizes and have wandered the corn mill and photographed this particular pump, I can tell you it's a 50mm pump, which is tantamount to useless. And I can also verify that the ineffectiveness of that pump was addressed by the import of a diesel-generated pump during the last flood event, because if just a few metres away, as people enter into the Morrison's car park lake of great delights, which reduced the lake in Morrison's car park, reduced the car parking capacity to about 30 cars at one point when the last floods occurred. my suggestion, if people are mindful to, house people in a basement that is likely to flood and have them sleep on lilos just in case, that there ought to be a condition for a permanently sited 150mm flood pump, so that there isn't the requirement, like I've experienced in my lifetime several times, of waiting for the Lone Ranger and Tonto to deliver a pump when it's always too late. So if this is going to be approved, it needs a 150mm pump permanently siting on that site, float operated so that it doesn't require any emergency services, because as we can all see, the entire emergency services of North Yorkshire are congregating on County Bridge, and as the fireman said to me, all we are doing is pumping this round in a circle, because all it does is come back in and we pump it out. So, yeah, build your flats in the corn mill, but protect people with a big enough pump. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Are you moving an amendment to that effect?
Yeah, I would move an amendment that this development be approved on the basis of the permanent installation of a below-ground, float-operated 150mm pump. It can be powered by electricity. I've asked for this to be happen at County Bridge on multiple occasions, and nobody listens. Everybody just keeps dragging the polluting diesel pumps backwards and forwards. But on this occasion, I would like an amendment, please. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to that amendment? Well, if nobody else will second it, I will second it. I think before the end of the meeting, we'll ask Emily's comment on that.
Chairman, I think Need just wants to
Well,
make a point.
I'm trying to keep the debate separate, and then the officers come in at the end, if that's okay. Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, clearly this is a contentious application. And the first thing I've got to say is that, having questioned the flood levels supplied by the applicant's representatives from the outset, I was deeply unimpressed to waste several hours of both my time and the officers on 3 separate occasions trying to get to the bottom of that issue, which I suggested at the outset turned out to be a simple typo. And while I can forgive a simple typo, if immediately corrected, I would have expected a better response to such a critical issue, particularly when we're dealing with a recommendation for refusal from one of the key flood risk management authorities. Now, the risk and the inevitability of flooding on this one makes it a balanced decision, with a need to fully justify a decision to approve it, given the LLFA recommendation to refuse. And I think everything needs to be in the public domain about this as well. I'm well aware that sites flooded on numerous occasions, and that includes December 2015 and January 21 after the defences were raised, so it's still at risk. We've got a finished floor level of 18.69 metres above ordnance datum, and it's going to be tanked to 20.1 metres AOD, but that's no guarantee of keeping floodwater out or of dealing appropriately with any occupants who are displaced by the floods. However, on the other side of the scales, the Environment Agency have no objection. We have a detailed flood management plan that's been provided, and most importantly, this is much needed social housing for young people, and that's a need that's going to increase dramatically given current inflation and the energy crisis moving forward. And for me, that tips the balance in favour of approval. I was looking for a condition around being able to get any disabled inhabitants out of the place, or more to the point, not having them in the place in the first place. But that was deemed to be unacceptable because that was already stepping on the toes of legislation. So I'm quite satisfied with the informative that's going in its place. But yeah, I'm certainly interested in the proposal about a pump and whether that's acceptable. But on balance, I can support this application. Thank you, Chair.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Well, in that case, if we finish the debate, I'd ask Emily to come back on the pump proposal, please.
I think it's the same comment that I made previously, really, in that we're looking at what, as LLFA, we're commenting on, and we're not commenting on whether or not that's an appropriate resilience measure. We're commenting on the sort of premise of the development in that location. So it would be part of a resilience plan, and obviously there are other resilience measures that are being put in. We would consider that resilience measures are inappropriate for new development in flood zone 3 simply because they are to make it more resilient, not to prevent the sort of inundation of water. So that isn't to say that I don't think it's appropriate, it's just that it's outside of what I would be asked to comment upon.
Nee, if you wish to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of a potential condition about an additional pump being larger than the one that is existing, I don't think this is something that we could just apply at this moment in time without any further discussion with the applicant. I think we need to ask them how they feel the effectiveness of their current pump is. It isn't something that's been raised or suggested by the Environment Agency or the Resilience and Emergency teams at North Yorkshire County Council in terms of what they consider to be appropriate mitigation. So I think we would have a little bit more work to do in terms of ascertaining whether it would be appropriate or indeed reasonable in terms of the test of soundness for a planning condition. If members wish us to do that, we can go back to the applicant and do that. It just would probably have to come back to the next meeting. Thank you.
What do members feel about that? Councillor Cleary.
I think it's a very reasonable request, certainly firstly to see whether it passes any test of soundness, and then gain the comments from the applicant. I'd be prepared to go along with leave it to delegated powers, or delegate it to the head of planning. If it passed both tests, then otherwise it would pass my approval.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, my only question there is that having already been deferred for quite a significant time, how would we be in terms of actually deciding this application within the allotted time span?
Unfortunately, the allotted time span, you can see from the number of the application, it is passed by quite some margin. The applicant and the agent have been very kind of amenable to providing additional information thus far, so I'd be hopeful that they'd be willing to agree an extension of time until the March meeting. They have been very patient so far, so I would hope they'd be willing to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Thackeray, would you be willing to accept a deferment?
Yes, I would, certainly. I think the mere fact that a portable pump is delivered to that site because the existing pump isn't adequate speaks for itself. I think clearly it's a vulnerable site, and with the right amount of work and in the context of the scheme, a modest amount of investment could add a very important layer of defence, I think.
What are your comments about leaving this to delegated authority after?
Well, yes, I would personally like to be a little bit involved in this because I've got access to some relatively expert opinion. And, well, I'll say no more about the various authorities involved.
In that case, can we just all agree to defer it? Well, I'll propose that then and take back my previous proposal. And Councillor, you'll second it. Councillor Thackeray will second that. And can we vote on it, please?
Councillor Andrews.
Chair, is this going back? Is this going to be delegated to the officer or no?
No. Come back to us. So yes, I'm in favour of deferment.
Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
I'm not going to vote. I turned up halfway.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Mason entered this meeting at the start of this meeting. Oh,
No,
sorry.
halfway through.
Okay. Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
That's 8 votes for.
Well, that's that's unanimous with one extension. Well, thank you for coming along, Emily. We do. What I would like to say is, we do appreciate your advice, and I hope you go away and are aware of that, because well, some of us are not quite so impressed with the advice of the Environment Agency. So shall we go on to the next item, which is is it number 8? It's item number 7 on page 55. Which is an application for the erection of classic car storage and workshop building in connection with the expansion of existing classic car sales and restoration business, the alteration of 2 number existing buildings with infill extension to create additional showroom provision, landscaping and provision of new access and parking, premises adjacent to Corner Farmhouse, Poplars Lane, West Napton, and this is one of yours, is it, Niamh? Do you want to make your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It'd be great if we could just have the first of the aerial maps up. Thank you. Yes, so this application site relates to the business premises and land occupied by the Classic and Sports Car Limited. It's positioned off Main Street, West Napton, and it's been in this location since 1998. And just looking at the map there, that's a very kind of zoomed out image where you can see the village of West Napton just to the east of the site. And you can see the A64 just running beyond the wooded area to the south. If we go to the next aerial map, this provides a kind of more clear view of the precise site. And I would just highlight that the yellow hatch line indicates the village development limits. It might not be bang on, but it's pretty much there. The land spans to approximately 1.76 hectares in size, and previously it was a former farmstead. It presently incorporates 2 former farm buildings which were converted for use as part of the classic car sales business, and there's a car parking area. And then to the rear of the site is the former sort of agricultural field or paddock, which is to the north and west. The site is accessed presently via Main Street between the residential properties of Pear Tree and Corner Farm. The entire application site is located outside village development limits and therefore in land which is classified as the wider open countryside. The site is adjoined by farmland to the north, by residential properties along Main Street to the east and northeast, by Corner Farm to the southeast, and by land which is used as equestrian gallops to the west, and by the road / lay-by to the A64 to the south. The site is located in Flood Zone 1 and is in an archaeologically sensitive area, and there is an overhead power line bisecting the site. So in terms of the proposal, Councillor Andrews has kindly outlined that. The main element is the erection of the classic car storage and workshop building, and this will be located to the northern part of the site in an L-shaped form. This would be the largest element of the proposed buildings, and it would incorporate a maximum span of 70.5 metres along the northern and western boundaries, and it will be located at a distance of approximately 42 metres from the nearest section of domestic curtilage associated with the properties to the east. It would incorporate no other openings with the exception of a glass-fronted porch in its eastern elevation, and there would be a single pedestrian access door as well. It would be constructed of timber cladding and composite roof panels. The proposal also includes the alteration of the two existing buildings on the site to be treated with an infill extension to create additional showroom provision, with this new single building to be treated with matching materials of timber and composite roof panels to sort of provide a cohesive design throughout the site. The scheme also includes the provision of a new access to the southwest of the site, with the use of the original access ceasing. Additionally, the proposal includes landscaping, internal access roads and parking as detailed in the report. So just moving on to the photographs, I'll just try and take you through these quite quickly. The first photograph indicates the existing access off Main Street, and the second and third photographs just show this at various different angles. The fourth photograph is actually taken within the site in the existing area of car parking, and the fifth photograph shows this and just the fence line of some of the domestic properties along Main Street in the background. The next photograph is from a similar position but looking southwards towards the actual access at that point. The seventh photograph, now this is looking to the site from the west, from a kind of farther distance as you travel along the lay-by. And the next photograph is from a similar sort of perspective, but much closer to where the site actually would be. And the next photograph, oh sorry, could we just go back one please? Sorry, I should have just said on this photograph, you can see the existing access that's here. The new access that would serve the site is located sort of parallel to this. And you can see that there's quite an open post and rail fence along what is the western boundary of the site. And the next photograph, well again, you'd just see the western boundary, the post and rail fence towards the left-hand side of the photograph. But really it's just looking towards the entirety of the site from this southwestern corner within the site. The next photograph is a view towards the eastern part of the site, and you can see the residential fences of the properties along Main Street in the background. And the next photograph is a view towards the north of the site, but you can also see the west as well. And just at the eastern point, sorry, the right-hand side of the photograph, you're seeing the fences along those properties just from a different angle. The next photograph, now this is a view towards the northern part of the site, and you can just see there's an overhead power line, which I will come to later on. The next photograph is looking towards the south of the site, so you can see the building that will be treated with the infill extension, and you can see just towards the right hand part of the photograph that's where the access would come from the lay-by to the south, and just beyond that you can see the really thick bank of woodland landscaping that I'd pointed out on the aerial photographs. So the next photograph is just looking towards the western boundary of the site, so you might not be able to see it here, but we had seen the post and rail fence at that point just before. And then what I believe is the final photograph is a view towards the south and just the new access again. So hopefully that's been helpful in sort of orientating yourself within the site. If we could just go back to the aerial map, thank you. Yes, as you know from the report, there have been 5 objections from occupiers of 4 properties and 2 letters of support. Within the report, we had described how this would essentially form a site to host the existing classic car business and its sister business, Malton Coachworks Limited, which is currently based in central Malton. The proposal is considered to be acceptable in terms of policies SP1 and SP6 of the Ryedale plan. The rationale behind the on-site expansion was accepted, including increased operational efficiencies, and it's acknowledged that this would support a long-established local employer, but however, this is subject to a range of other considerations. One of these key considerations was the design and impact this may have on the character of the locality. And whilst this is a very significantly scaled new building, it was concluded that the revised scheme, which related to the new building having lower vertical proportions, and that would be an eaves height of 5.27 metres and a ridge height of 7.6 metres, was acceptable. But this was subject to the detailed landscaping scheme, which the Council's Tree and Landscape Officer reviewed and considered to be acceptable. The proposed site is broadly grouped with existing development, and it would incorporate materials that are reflective of those commonly found on high-quality rural buildings. A condition would also be recommended to secure appropriate lighting. I just would highlight that the agent has confirmed in an email there's only to be lighting which is low level in accordance with the ecology report for safety purposes. This will be timed and so will switch off when the site closes, so in reality will only be on in winter until around 6 p.m. After this, there will only be intruder PIR lighting, and this will only switch on whenever there's a security breach. As part of our consideration, we have carefully considered neighbouring amenity. You'll note the close proximity of the neighbouring properties to the east and northeast, and we did have concerns raised in the incoming responses. A noise impact assessment has been submitted in support of this application, and this concluded that no adverse impact is predicted at the nearest noise-sensitive receptors due to the operation of the proposed development. A range of recommendations and mitigation points were provided within this report. And our environmental health team have carefully considered the proposed conditions and have recommended a suite of conditions that they feel are appropriate in terms of amenity to provide a robust approach in order to protect the amenity of these neighbouring occupiers. I did detail these within the reports, but I'll just highlight some key aspects. So there is a condition that confirms the following, and I'll read this out word for word because I think this is a particularly important one. The sales and vehicle repair / servicing on the site shall be restricted to the sale and repair / servicing of vintage classic cars and modern collectible specialist / exotic cars. And that is intended to limit the number of vehicle movements on the site and to retain the specialised nature of the existing business in the interests of residential amenity. The environmental health officers were very keen to have that included so that in the future it wouldn't become more akin to a standard garage where the numbers of vehicles in and out of the site can be quite high. It would limit it to kind of the more slow pace of work that's associated with the nature of vintage and classic and specialised cars. Also, all vehicle repair and servicing work will be undertaken internally within the new unit only, and all doors and windows will be closed. There's to be no outdoor work activity involving machinery or handheld tools. Also, the agent has agreed to limited operational hours for this new building of between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday. Also, deliveries of cars to and from the site will only take place between the same hours, with just a little bit longer on Saturdays and not on Sundays or bank holidays. The environmental health officers have also requested that details of all external plant and equipment will require the prior written approval of the local planning authority. So essentially they'll be consulted on anything that will be applied externally at the building, and any future plant or equipment will also require that. It's noted that the building has been designed to keep the most potentially noisy work areas at a distance from the neighbouring properties, and the specific position of openings has been carefully considered, together with the construction type of the proposed building. Limited additional large vehicle movements are anticipated beyond standard cars, and the new access would help to orientate these away from the main village street. Therefore, we would conclude that the additional car parking wouldn't harmfully impact upon neighbouring amenity. In terms of the access, North Yorkshire County Council Highways and Highways England have confirmed no objection to the scheme, subject to a range of highway conditions. It's not considered that this would have adverse drainage impacts, subject to the relevant conditions. Furthermore, archaeological, ecological and contamination conditions have been recommended. I would just like to point out that we are awaiting further confirmation in terms of the positioning of the overhead power line, and we have sought further advice from Northern Power Grid. So I would ask that members would delegate the final decision to officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe we have the applicant to speak. Are you there, Mr.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Excellent.
You have 3 minutes, please.
In making this application, we've been mindful of central government's policy to support businesses wherever possible to grow at their existing location. 2 years on from the start of the pandemic, we're pleased that we have prospered as a business and we continue to employ almost 30 staff. We intend to continue the business's planned development. Such objections as we've seen principally relate to the scale of the proposal, homeowner views over our property, and its location close to a rural village in which my wife and I are the most affected local residents in terms of proximity. We've reduced the scale of the development and improved the landscaping, the tree planting scheme, as well as the type of materials to be used to clad the proposed cladding. It has a natural appearance and will be not unlike many that feature on rurally located commercial and agricultural buildings. On this site, we believe they will blend into the surroundings and actually improve the look of the area. For more than 23 years, we've proved to be good neighbours in West Napton. We've produced job opportunities and economic benefit. It should be borne in mind that the proposed development is not situated in an actual location of natural beauty. Indeed, it's located adjacent to an overnight HGV parking area and the site of a mobile truck stop catering unit on what is probably the most poorly maintained road in this locality. We would hope that should our application be successful, and that would result in a 7-figure investment, that the access road could be improved by the local highways authority in the timescale of a construction project. It should be noted that on the original proposal, we'd intended to create an amenity for the local village, a sort of community allotment. And I see in the objection comments that this was viewed by some as a cynical attempt to sway the planning decision. This was not the case. The creation of Pear Tree Special Needs Bungalow next to Corner Farm happened because of our involvement in this village. It was built principally to provide a home for our disabled daughter on land we owned. Both she and other disabled residents of the village would have benefited from this. As a result of the objections, we removed the proposal from the submission. As a business, we operate nationally and internationally from our base here. Much of that business transacted via the internet, and we receive relatively low numbers of personal visits because of the specific nature of our products, classic and collector's cars, and our 30-year reputation. Put simply, many customers buy remotely from us based on trust. The choice before us now is simple: either to develop locally or take at least part of our businesses back into West Yorkshire, where we originated from and where there is not the skill shortage we experience here in Malton. We've resolved that if we're able to gain planning consent, we will continue to recruit and train in order to grow our own workforce with the skills we need locally. That is our much preferred option. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, going to questions. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just draw officers' attention to page 65, bullet point 3. It does say 800 hours to 1800 hours Mondays to Fridays and 10 till 1600 hours on Saturdays, and not at all on Saturdays or bank holidays. I think that's probably should say Sundays and not bank.
Yeah, I just sort of twigged on that today. Yeah, we will make sure that's correct.
If that could be corrected, because it makes a mockery otherwise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? In that case, can we go into debate? Whose ward is whose ward is nearest to this one? Malton? Yeah. Yes, you take.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is a well-established and forward-looking business that, in many respects, we've poached from the West Riding. So mark that one up on the board, please. patently, it's a success story that we can be proud of, that somebody who's come here succeeded and intends to push on succeeding. And I think we should be very pleased that this amount of investment is happening in Ryedale. It's a big investment. It's a big building, but as we've heard, it is virtually on a lay-by the part, all but next to the A64. And it's not the first time I've suggested this, were I a mischievous person, I'd suggest a site visit, but that would be for my own personal satisfaction rather than informing me any further on my decision and my willingness to support the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Well, I've got nothing to add to my colleague there, just to wish the applicant every success in getting that bit of lay-by resurfaced, and I'm quite happy to second the approval. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely endorse what my colleague Councillor Cleary says. We should be supporting businesses that are pushing forward like this in our area and creating employment. So I will be supporting this motion.
Anybody else?
Chairman, sorry, could I just remind you what Neve mentioned earlier? If we're still awaiting confirmation from Northern Power Grid, so she suggested that it would be delegated. Yeah.
Yeah. My two pennyworth is I think it's a huge site, and I think it really does it really does bear. It is overbearing on the on the village, but on the other hand, I think the officers have done a lot to ameliorate the impact of the proposed development. So I would support it as well. Anybody else wish to speak? Well, in that case, I take it, Councillor Cleary, that the motion you moved was to move the officer's recommendation.
I think that's precisely what I said.
Yeah, which does mean that it would be referred back to officers for delegated decision.
That's correct, if members are minded to approve it.
Yeah, so can we, it has been proposed, it has been seconded, so can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Brackstone? For. Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 9 votes for, that's unanimous.
Thank you, Jill. We'll now go on to item number 8, which is an application for the erection of an agricultural building for the housing of pigs in 2 number areas of additional hard standing, together with repositioning of 20,000 litre drainage tank on existing agricultural building approved under previous application from the approved southern elevation to the western elevation, and it's land at Westfield Lane, Thornton, Dale, Pickering. This too is yours, is it, Neve? So can you make your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we could just have the aerial map to begin with, that would be great. So yeah, this is quite a zoomed out version of an aerial map. It's just to give you context of where the site is in relation to Thornton Ryedale to the east, and then Pickering is obviously to the west. The next site location plan is a more kind of zoomed in version. So yes, the site is an agricultural field. It's located in the open countryside, and it's approximately 1 mile to the west of Thornton Ryedale. It's to the southwest of the junction of Westfield Lane and Broadmires Lane, and you can just see that hopefully at the sort of top corner of the map in front of you. If we could just have a look at the building, which is sort of, sorry, just back on the aerial map. Yeah, there's a building, quite a large building to the most westerly part of the site with a smaller kind of section below it. The proposed building will be located just to the south of this larger building. So I'm just going to highlight that at this stage, and then that'll help with orientating ourselves during the photographs. The site actually doesn't look like this any longer. The aerial mapping isn't the most recent, but I'll be able to show some additional buildings which are just to the east of where the new building will be in the photographs. So if we could just go to the first photograph, please. Yep, so this is the image showing the junction of Broadmires Lane and Westfield Lane. And the next photograph is a more zoomed in photograph along Broadmires Lane, which is to the north of the application site. The next photograph is from the junction but looking northwards towards Westfield Lane. And the next photograph is the specific site access just to the north of the site. So within this parcel of land, there are 3 existing livestock buildings with a manure store that was approved also in the eastern section of the field. The site is surrounded by agricultural fields to the north, south and west, and within the adjoining field to the east in separate ownership, there are some buildings where historically a number of dogs have been kept and a horse grazed. I would just highlight to members that the last known address of the owner of this site was used for consultation, and a site notice was erected in a very visible location. Access to the site is along the unclassified highways of Broadmires Lane, which you've just seen. There are no designated public rights of way in proximity to the site, and the North Yorkshire Moors National Park lies approximately 190 metres to the north of the site. So if we just run through the next few photographs, that would be great. So the next photograph is just showing the building that I'd highlighted that's due north of where the new section of building will be located. And you can see just in that photograph there is a yellow tanker, and that is being used as the 30,000 litre rainwater harvesting tank at present. The next photograph is from a similar location but looking southward. In the foreground on the left-hand side, you can see what was the under construction manure storage building at that point that was approved under an agricultural notification. I've been advised that since I've taken these photographs, that's now complete, and it has the concrete panels to the low 1.2 metre height. In front of that building, that is the manure store, that's where one of the sections of hard standing is proposed as part of this application. The next photograph is actually a better photograph to see where the new building itself would be proposed. So it would be flush with the existing building with the Yorkshire boarding, and the other section of kind of cover would be removed. The second area of hard standing would be at the right hand side of this photograph. And both areas of hard standing would be permeable, which is important to note. The next photograph is a view of that same location, but just taken from a more southerly perspective. So you can see really the grouping of the buildings within the site. The next photograph is looking at a building that was approved by members in 2019 for pigs within the site. And I've just included this photograph because this is where the repositioned tank is. It was originally approved at the southern southern elevation of that building, but actually for convenience they've moved it to the western elevation. There was an issue identified in that this was supposed to be a 20,000 litre tank. What was installed was a 10,000 litre tank. But we have, as part of this application, incorporated this, and there is a condition that will ensure that the 20,000 litre tank is installed. It has been ordered, it's ready to go. It's just a case of getting that done whenever we kind of give the okay to do so. The next photograph is just another view of the partially incomplete at the time manure storage building. And the next photograph just indicates by the guttering that that is all being directed towards that rainwater harvesting tank that you've seen before. The next photograph actually shows the outfall at the very southern part of the site. It's called Broadmires Drain and it's referenced in the report. I've been able to see personally both outfalls at Broadmires Drain and at Little Drain to the north, so I've been able to verify they are there. The next photograph and the last photograph, I just thought you might be interested to see within one of the existing pig buildings on the site. So as detailed on the report, they are kind of straw-based, and the waste that comes from that is farmyard manure, which is safe to store within the manure building to the north of that building. So if we could just go back to the second aerial map, that would be great. So as part of this application, the description was updated and it was re-advertised to clearly identify that the proposal related to 2 areas of new hard standing and the repositioning of the 20,000 litre tank approved under the 2019 application. I have already advised that we have seen the evidence that the correct tank has been ordered. The proposals were then updated to show the 10,000 litre tank would serve the new building, and that would be in addition to the 30,000 litre tank that was already present that you've seen that to the north of the building, that was the yellow tanker. The planning statement notes the applicants now propose to invest in the construction of a further livestock building. The proposed livestock building will be used for the rearing of pigs and straw-based system. The proposed building will house up to an additional 374 places, which will increase the total size of the unit to 1,999 places. Objections have been received from the Parish Council as outlined within the report. In terms of the principle of the development, given this is an existing and established farm enterprise, the principle of a new building to support this is acceptable, but that is subject to the other assessment of the other considerations. In terms of character and form and design, it's considered that the grouping of this building is appropriate and it wouldn't appear visually incongruous due to the scales, materials and positioning. We have given particularly careful consideration to manure management and surface water runoff during the previous 2019 application, and I've just noted that members may recall, some of you may recall that coming to this committee. This application takes the same approach in terms of surface water runoff as the previous negotiated scheme, which was ultimately considered acceptable. The design and access statement currently includes sections on waste management procedure, washing out water, clean water discharges, and the additional hard standing. So I won't repeat that, but broadly, the building will be completed with concrete and concrete panel walls, all of which will be sealed to create a watertight bund. The straw bedding absorbs all manure and water, trough spillage, less evaporation, and that can be handled as solid farmyard manure with no slurry or effluent produced. The new building also incorporates a concrete sump within its construction for the collection of washing out water. So there's no risk of fouled water being produced. All surface water will be collected via guttering and diverted into a rainfall buffering tank. This setup will be used to ensure the maximum flow to the watercourses does not exceed 3.5 litres per second. The revised drainage plan that was received in February indicates the proposed cross-sectional drawing of the 10,000 litre tank. The agent also confirmed on the proposal to have the 10,000 litre tank and the 30,000 litre tank. They did highlight that the 30,000 litre tank was a voluntary addition and wasn't a requirement of that previous planning decision. In terms of consultation, the IDB confirmed they had no objections subject to the agreed discharge rate of 3.5 litres per second, and they were content that the new areas of hard standing would be permeable. I just have to highlight that I had in my report indicated that that would be included within the condition to ensure that the new hard standing was impermeable, and I must admit I need to update the condition to include that. The IDB officer was made aware of the revised drainage plan, and we just double checked with them to make sure they were content with the 40,000 litre provision, and they were. They also highlighted that the new building would require a separate application to them for land drainage consent, and this will be confirmed by an informative which needs to be added to the proposed list of conditions. Our environmental health officer confirmed no objection, and she was satisfied with the imposition of condition 5 in relation to the waste management procedure. So it's considered that the points raised by the Parish Council have been considered but have been ultimately addressed. The National Park Planning Authority and the Highway Authority have also noted no objection. So therefore we are recommending this for conditional approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the Parish Council have asked for a site visit.
I believe the Parish Council had recommended that the Local Planning Authority undertake the site visit. I'd assumed that they'd recommended that officers undertook a site visit as part of the assessment. It is written down verbatim in the report, so I'll just read that out for clarification. Okay, so the first response from the Parish Council on the 24th of August included the following line. The Parish Council members felt the plans were unclear and that the Planning Authority should conduct a full site visit. And I've made a note at that point to say a full site visit has been undertaken by the Local Planning Authority, by which I mean myself as an officer. In the response date at the 8th of December 2021, on the basis of the revised plans, they had indicated they felt there was insufficient information to be able to consider the application property and suggested the Planning Authority should visit the site, which has been done. Myself and the Planning Enforcement Officer visited the site as part of this application. Previously, as part of the 2019 application, I'd visited the site with the Environmental Health Officer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There is no speaker on this item. Does any member wish to ask any questions? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just for my own interest, I was just wondering, the outfalls from those land drains into Broadmires Drain, did that look like fairly ancient ones or quite recent ones?
I do have a photograph of it somewhere. I think it didn't look new.
Interesting.
But it was there, and we have seen the historic drainage plans that show the sort of linear surface water drains within the site themselves.
Okay, thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Again, Thornton-le-Dale, whose ward is this? Who's nearest? Yeah. Would you like to speak first in the debate, Mike?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Right. Yeah, we've got some history with this site. I have to say I wasn't too impressed with the clarity of the plans. I found those a bit confusing, and I was also rather confused with the very convoluted business with wastewater tanks that were there and weren't there and all the rest of it. I do recall having some problems with drainage conditions with previous applications, which of course have nothing to do with this one, but I'll be pleased to see a close eye kept on compliance with conditions should we approve this. It's interesting to see how many applications we're getting for these pig sheds at the moment, and I hope we've got enough slaughtermen down at the malt and bacon factory to cope with all this increase. The access isn't ideal for Arctics, but it does appear that they've been managing reasonably adequately. So I can see no reason to refuse this application, so I will move approval. Thank you, Chair.
Would anybody like to second that? Councillor Cleary? Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you for the ability to speak briefly. I am somewhat surprised, but pleasantly surprised at an investment in an existing pig enterprise, given the current price of pig meat. But as you've already alluded, we do have a local slaughter facility. And I'm pleased to see this investment in, firstly, agriculture and, secondly, pigs. So I'm very happy to second the approval.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Can we go to the vote then, please, Jill?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Goodrick. 4. Councillor Mackenzie.
4.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Windress.
4.
That's unanimous, Chairman. That's 9 votes for.
Right, thank you very much. Now going to item 9, which is the erection of an agricultural building to provide field shelter for animals, including goats and alpacas, at West Grange, Main Street, Appleton Street. This is yours, Niamh, I think, so can you please make your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can we just go to the first aerial map, please? Yeah, so this is quite a zoomed out image to just give you a bit of context of where the application site is in relation to the rest of the village of Appleton Street. So it's sort of broadly to the western part and to the north of the B Road. The next image is just a more sort of zoomed in one where you can see where I've demarcated sort of approximately where the building would be located in context with the neighbouring properties of Appleton House and Lyndhurst to the east and to the southwest. Yes, so West Grange Farm has historically been an agricultural use, and it incorporates a Grade 2 listed farmhouse and a number of other agricultural buildings in addition to fields. It's located within land designated as the wider open countryside, and the AONB is located to the south of the B Road. The separate residential building of Lyndhurst is shown within the planning documents as falling outside of the blue-lined ownership land, but the applicant has confirmed that this property presently remains in his ownership, which accords with the planning history. So, as noted, this is for an agricultural building to provide field shelter for animals, including goats and alpacas. The applicant confirmed the following. The intention is for the shelter to be used only for goats and alpacas. I would, however, expect to also use this shelter on the rare occasion we had a sick or injured sheep, but this would be very infrequently and on a short-term basis if it did occur. So, as detailed in the report, the revised siting is further south, closer to the existing farm buildings, at a distance of between 32 and 33 metres from the domestic curtilage of Appleton House. This would be located approximately 24 metres to the north of the location of where a new building was recently approved under an agricultural notification. And the actual plans that you were able to see submitted by the applicant indicated the outline of where that building would be, but it is just to sort of the south of where I've indicated the proposed building on the aerial map. The proposed position would now lie approximately 88 metres to the north of the B Road and approximately 30 metres to the northeast of the nearest point of the land under the ownership of Lyndhurst. It is located in a field just sort of to the south of the field, which is currently in use for sheep and lambs. So I'll just run through the photographs now. So the first photograph will show the entrance to the site, and the next two photographs will show looking east and looking west along the B Road. So the next photograph is actually taken from the far north of the site, looking southwards towards the grouped farm buildings. And the next photograph shows just to the side of this building where the originally proposed location was. And obviously there was an objection from the occupier of Appleton House, and the building has since been resited. The next photograph, now this shows the neighbouring property of Appleton House in the distance, and it probably is a little bit too distant to appreciate at this point, but the neighbouring buildings would be located to the east of the proposed building. And as I've noted before, it's at a distance of between 32 and 33 metres. So the next photograph is actually a bit more zoomed in. So at this point, you can see the kind of side elevation of this property. And just for context, I'd like to point out that at the very left-hand side of the built form of Appleton House, there is a sort of slightly smaller gable end element. And it can be quite difficult to tell sometimes, but the proposed building would be no further north really, than that two-storey section on the left-hand side of the photograph. And that will hopefully help to orientate ourselves as we go through the next few photographs. So the next photograph, now this is looking towards Appleton House again, but you can see the buildings under the ownership of the farm to the north as well. And you can appreciate the land levels rising to the south at this point. So the next photograph is kind of another view of that. And the next photograph is that again. Sorry, it was quite sunny today. Just in the sort of right-hand side of that, you should be able to see the residential property of Lyndhurst, which does have a few dormers, so hopefully you can see that there. The next photograph is looking towards the south, so this is the kind of agricultural land where the sheep are grazed, and they weren't out whenever I took this photograph, but I have seen them there before previously. And the next photograph is just looking more from the eastern part of the site towards the west, and this is broadly where the new building that was approved under the recent AGNOT will be located. And it will be to the sort of right-hand side of this photograph where the field shelter would go. And the next photograph, you can kind of appreciate the land levels again dropping at that point. So it would be broadly in this area that it would be located. And the next photograph is just showing some of the landscaping that was referenced within the report. The applicant has undertaken quite a robust scheme of landscaping already, and that is proposed to be added to as part of this application. And the next two photographs just show that from different points. So you can see a range of saplings, you know, planted with depth to them as well, to provide in time what would be hopefully a good boundary to the site to supplement what's already there. So yeah, just if we could go back to the second aerial photo, that would be brilliant. As I've noted in the report, the proposed unit would span 16 metres by 4 metres, and it would provide 4 individual pens with an area of hard standing forward of that. It would have a pitched roof form with a maximum height of 4 metres with a clay pantile roof, and the building would be orientated with the openings facing northwards. The applicants confirmed the building will be completed with stonework to the northern, eastern and western elevations, and the lower level stonework with Yorkshire boarding above to the rear southern elevation for ventilation. As I'd noted, we had an objection from the occupier of Appleton House to the west of the site as detailed in the report, and that objection was maintained notwithstanding the revised positioning. In terms of principle, this is an existing and established farm rural business, and in principle we are comfortable with the addition of an agricultural building to support this activity. In terms of character and form and design, and also in terms of the impact upon the Grade 2 listed building to the north, to the southern part of the site, it's not considered that the proposed revised positioning of what is essentially a modest building would result in any harm in terms of character and form. From more distant views, like the ones I'd showed you from the north, it wouldn't appear isolated and it would be visually grouped with the existing buildings. It is, however, considered appropriate to recommend a condition to limit any further lighting on this proposed building without the submission of an appropriate discharge of conditions application, as it is quite a dark sky location. The noted landscaping which has been undertaken at the site, predominantly along that eastern boundary shared with Appleton House, is also acknowledged and welcomed. The landscaping plan indicates that there are, beyond that, 35 new trees proposed. It's acknowledged that views of this building will be possible from Appleton House, but it wouldn't relate in any sort of impacts in terms of privacy or shadowing or loss of outlook. And there is already intervening landscaping. There's no right to view in planning terms, and it's not considered that this building would relate to material harm to the character or form of the surrounding rural landscaping. It is also not considered that either Appleton House or Lyndhurst would be affected in terms of loss of privacy. The point raised by the neighbouring occupier in relation to smell and disturbance is noted. The council's environmental health team were consulted, and in a response they had confirmed no objections subject to a manure management plan. This was actually submitted by the applicant. The environmental health officer reviewed this and they confirmed they were happy with it and that it should be conditioned. It's also noted that the overall scale of the proposed shelter is relatively modest and the field is already grazed by animals, which will continue. It has been carefully considered by officers, including the environmental health team, and we would consider that this wouldn't relate to materially unacceptable impacts upon residential amenity. North Yorkshire Highways also have no objection, so therefore the officer's recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
I believe we have a speaker here, Mr. Ian Pick. Are you there, Mr. Pick?
I think it should be myself, Simon Treetop, speaking on behalf of Fairbank.
Sorry, am I on the? Sorry, I'm on the wrong one. It's Mr. Treetops, isn't it? So I beg your pardon.
No, that's okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So these are the words of Mr. Eric Fairbank, who does not have the facility to join the meeting due to technology and his age, ability to hear, etc. West Grange has been in my family since the 1880s, and the main farmhouse and buildings are on the south side of the field adjoining the Malton to Helmsley Road. There are also traditional buildings along the boundary with Appleton House on the east side. The initial siting of the shelter next to the derelict barn in the ownership of Appleton House was intended to avoid a lone structure and keep two non-residential buildings together. After the initial objection from the neighbours and discussions with the council as to a suitable revised site, the current position was proposed to maintain the building grouping and not impact on West Grange, a listed building. This was a move that I was more than happy to make when realising the neighbours' concerns. The shelter will be built to a high standard, dressed in stone with pentile roof to keep in character with the existing traditional buildings, and as mentioned, is a small, modest size. We have already planted a double row of mature trees in front of Appleton House. These are roughly 16 to 18 feet tall at the moment and are going a long way to effectively screen the shelter from the garden and lower living quarters of Appleton House. Additional new planting shown in the application will also be completed. The small number of goats and alpacas using the shelter would create negligible waste or odour in the field already used for sheep grazing. To further reduce the impact on the neighbours, I have drafted the manure management plan stipulated in the planning reports. As I reach my later years, I would like to keep rare breed animals nearer to the farmhouse so they are easy to get to, allow me to continue my farming way of life, and also allow me to further introduce my family to the joy of animal keeping, especially rare breeds that now need protecting from extinction. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Council for all their time and guidance in the process so far. Many thanks.
Thank you for that. Now, do members have any questions? I think it's your ward, isn't it, Steve?
Yep.
Do you wish to say? Do you wish to start the debate?
Yeah. As it's been stated in the officer's report, this is quite a modest addition to the field, and it's obvious that the applicant has made real effort to screen this, and with more planned as well. For me, it's quite a simple decision. We should be supportive of this traditional farming such as this. I think the concerns have been met, really, and I would recommend approval, really, with conditions.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, please. Yeah, as Councillor Mason said, it's only a small building. It's not going to impact on anybody too much. There's been a lot of thought and effort put into getting it right, to screening it, and I would be happy to second it. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? In that case, can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
I'm not taking part because I wasn't here for the beginning.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 8 votes for, Chairman.
Right, so that's approved then. Can we now go on to item number 10, which is erection of 2-storey side extension, single-storey rear extension and porch to front elevation at 6 Northway, Pickering. That's Eleanor's.
Thank you. Members, this is an application for a 2-storey side extension, a single-storey rear extension and a porch to the front elevation to a detached dormer bungalow in Pickering to allow for reconfigured living accommodation and a covered entrance porch without increasing the number of bedrooms, which will remain at 3. The application has been brought to Planning Committee for determination following receipt of an objection from the neighbouring property to the south. These comments are detailed and considered in full within the officer report, but in summary, the concerns from the objector relate to the design of the scheme in relation to the use of render and concerns relating to overlooking. The report discusses overlooking further, with the concern being in relation to the proposed ground floor French doors to the rear elevation of the side extension. The existing garage has glazing to the rear in the form of a window and glazed door, and therefore the proposed development would result in no more glazing to this elevation than there is currently. The use of render is considered to be acceptable in this location and will also visually demarcate the extensions as modern additions to the property. Drainage was also raised as an initial concern by the objectors. However, the applicants have confirmed that they intend on connecting to the mains run, and this is shown on the parking provision plan, which is included within the approved plans condition. To the front of the property, additional parking provision will be created with the existing hedge to be retained. If we could go to the first photo, please. So this is an aerial view of the site in relation to Pickering itself, with the application site outlined in red. And to the east is Lady Lumley's School, and Pickering Junior School is to the south of that at the bottom of the screen. Northway is accessed off Middleton Road to the south, and I've also marked on the location of the A170. And to the west, just off the map, is Middleton Garage. If we could go to the next photo. This is another aerial view of the site with the application site outlined in red, and the objectors live at 4 Northway, which is the property to the south. This is the front of the property. The existing garage would be demolished with the side extension set back slightly from the front wall of the dwelling. The extension would be constructed with a dual pitch roof and would be set down approximately 0.3 metres from the ridge of the existing house. The front elevation of the property would be altered with the existing front door replaced with a window and the new entrance porch and door constructed in the position of the window between the existing garage personnel door and front door. Go to the next photo. This is another photo of the front of the property from within the street scene and shows the relationship of the site to the property to the south and the difference in ridge heights. Next photo. And this is just another photo showing the site in relation to the neighbouring property. This photo shows the distance between the existing side extension and the boundary with the neighbouring property to the south. The southern wall of the proposed side extension would be approximately 1.2 metres closer to the southern boundary than currently. This photo is taken at the approximate location of the corner of the side extension, looking towards the neighbouring property's garden. This is just another photo panning round slightly in the approximate location of the proposed French doors. This photo shows the rear elevation of the property. The proposed rear extension would span the entire length of the rear of the dwelling and would have a flat roof with roof lantern, with the top of the flat roof level with the existing eaves height. This photo is showing the boundary with the property to the north, and there would be no windows installed in the northern elevation of the rear extension. This photo is taken from within the garden of the property to the south, 4 Northway. You should just be able to see the existing windows and door to the rear elevation of the garage, and you can also see that there is currently a window in the southern elevation of the garage. This is another photo from within the neighbouring garden where you can just see the garage windows and door through the fence. I think that's the last photo. While stated within the officer report, it is worth noting that the proposed front porch and alterations to front elevation are considered to be permitted development. The rear extension is permitted development in terms of its size, with planning permission only required due to the use of render. There are no updates to the officer report, and the recommendation is one of approval, subject to the 6 conditions as listed on page 138 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any, there's a speaker on this application, so can we start with questions? Does any member have any questions? If no member has any questions, then I think it's Councillor Potter's ward. Does Councillor Potter wish to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not a lot to say on this, other than really I see one of the primary reasons for planning is to minimise the impact on neighbours or other people of any development. And reading through the way this is developed, I can see that the applicant has bent over backwards to comply with the wishes of the next door neighbour that was objecting. And I can't see any problem with the application whatsoever, so I will move approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I will second it if you wish. I don't wish to say anything. Does anybody else wish to say anything? Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 9 votes for, Chairman. That's unanimous.
So we now go on to item number 11, which is the erection of an agricultural livestock building for the housing of pigs. And it's a resubmission of refusal dated 25th of June last year. Land east of Gatehouse, Appleton Lane, Appleton Street. Would you like to make your presentation, please, Niamh?
Sorry, if we could just go to the first aerial map, that would be great. Yeah, so the application site land east of the Gatehouse Appleton Lane is located within the wider open countryside to the north of Appleton Le Street and in the north side of the B Road. It relates to an existing agricultural unit which includes a number of fields and 2 agricultural buildings. And hopefully that map just gives you context in terms of locating that within the village, which is to the south. If we could go to the next image. Yeah, this is just a slightly closer in version, and it shows the 2 existing agricultural buildings to the west of the site and the kind of precise location of where the new building will be located. The map also indicates the position of the residential property in separate ownership known as the Gatehouse. So the precise location that is indicated on that map is approximately 147 metres to the east of the nearest agricultural building on the site. The building will be located approximately 221 metres to the east of the Gatehouse, which you can see just there. There are open fields to the north, south, east and west. There's a public footpath that runs to the south of the site between Appleton Lane and Motherby, and that's positioned approximately 140 metres to the south of where the proposed building will be located. And I'll just go through the photographs now. So the first photograph, this is actually taken along Appleton Lane, and just quite distantly you can see the existing agricultural buildings that I'd pointed out to the left-hand side of the photograph. The next photograph is basically a view of the entrance to these buildings. The next photograph kind of returns us back down Appleton Lane a little bit, and it shows you the context of the Gatehouse and where the access to the site actually is and the proximity of those. The next photograph shows the more easterly agricultural building and the stone track that's just to the side of it that runs along the south of that field boundary. The next photograph is pretty much a similar image, but it starts to come into view where the new building will be located, and you can appreciate the hedgerow boundary as well at that point. The next photograph is just a better view of that point, and you can see the hedge boundary that is towards the east of where the building would be located as well. The next photograph is from basically where the building would be looking back westwards towards the other agricultural buildings. And the next one is from that point again, but looking at directly what is the southern boundary, the field boundary to the site. The next photograph is taken from just slightly to the east of where the building would be, and you can see that hedge that we've looked at before, but just from the different angle. And it's behind that hedge where the building will be located. So the next one, this is again looking at that same eastern hedgerow, but you can see in better detail the other kind of sets of hedgerow boundaries that adjoin this site to the east. The next one is a view of the southern boundary and the hedge there that is kind of separating the site from the fields to the south. The next photograph is looking more towards that field, and it's in this field that I'd indicated that the public right-of-way runs directly across, about 140 metres from the southern boundary of where the building would be. The next one is actually in the public right-of-way itself, looking towards the building. So you can appreciate the land is really quite flat at this point, but it does rise up whenever you are kind of closer towards the B road. The next photograph is just taken from Appleton Lane, but more towards the sort of southwest of the site in a gap that was quite close to where the public right-of-way is. And the next one is taken from the northwest along Appleton Lane, which is still publicly accessible. And it's looking to where you can see the existing buildings just there, so you can sort of get the context of where the new building would be, and there would be some distance between them. The next photograph, and I think this is the last photograph, is a view from that point, but just giving you another kind of view of the farmyard building and the farmyard area that is existing and the residential property of the gatehouse on the right-hand side. So if we could just go back to the second aerial map, that would be great, thank you. So as has been noted, permission sought for the erection of an agricultural livestock building for the housing of pigs, and this is the resubmission of a previously refused application that officers had delegated refusal for. This was refused due to concerns at the time in relation to noise and landscape impacts. This identical scheme has been resubmitted, but with more additional information, including a noise impact assessment and a landscape and visual impact assessment. As detailed in the report, the building would span approximately 24.3 metres by 27 metres, and it would have a pitched roof with a maximum height of approximately 8.4 metres, and it would be occupied by 1,000 weaning pigs. At the request of the Environmental Health Officer, a concrete area has been included within the plans to the south of the site to assist in the loading and unloading of stock. This was not considered necessary to re-advertise. We have had 3 letters of objection received in relation to this proposal, which were detailed in the report. In terms of principle, this is an existing and established farm rural business, so the principle of a further agricultural to support this activity is acceptable, but this is subject to the assessment of the other identified main considerations. In terms of the character and form and the landscape impacts, as I've noted, we have had the LVIA submitted, and it's a very thorough document that concludes, whilst it is distant from the nearest agricultural building, that it wouldn't appear harmfully isolated. The author of that report confirmed, with suitable mitigation measures, the development will have a minor visual impact and a minor landscape impact. An appropriate landscaping scheme has been submitted, which will be conditioned for compliance. A further condition to require details of any new lighting is also recommended due to the siting of the building in the wider open countryside. It's considered in light of the detailed analysis and conclusions contained within the LVIA that the proposal is acceptable on the basis of what is a robust landscaping scheme and appropriate materials. Therefore, the original concern that officers held relating to character and positioning has been satisfactorily addressed. It's acknowledged that this position, whilst it is more isolated, is at the greatest distance from the neighbouring property and has been chosen on the basis of limiting amenity harm. So just moving on to amenity, as we noted in the report, we have had objections from neighbouring residents. There has been incoming information from the applicant outlined which conveys their views on the more limited impacts associated with weaner pig units. The noise impact assessment that was provided looked at 7 locations in Appleton, Lestrade and Motherby for assessment. The noise impact considered livestock noise emissions and transport noise. The source data of livestock noise was modelled from a similar agricultural building for pigs, which were actually fully grown, instead of weaners, which I'm informed produce lower noise levels. This report concluded the following. On the basis livestock noise emissions will not adversely affect health and well-being, and the aggregate livestock and transport rating levels will not result in a BS 4124 adverse noise impact, we conclude that the proposed development is acceptable with regard to noise. The Environmental Health Officer has reviewed the incoming documentation and they confirmed no objection following review, but they did recommend a range of conditions be included to protect the neighbouring amenity of occupiers of neighbouring properties. And this would include the following conditions, which I'm sure you'll have seen in the report, but I'll just briefly run through. Pigs will be limited to 1,000 weaners and kept within the building at all times. The building to be served by an automatic feeding system. HGV loading, unloading via a concrete apron, which is indicated on the plans. HGV feed deliveries to a silo. Those visits to be limited to daytime hours only, 7 AM to 7 PM. And we have double checked that the applicant is fully willing and committed to those hours, and they have confirmed they are. And a manure management plan to be implemented to protect against neighbouring amenity issues arising. And this will be conditioned for submission prior to the installation of any livestock within the building. There was also a request for weather protection measures, as those were indicated in the noise impact assessment, but that was apparently indicated in error, and the proposed building having timber boarding walls would actually be better for noise suppression. We consulted the Environmental Health Officer again on that, and they were content with that. Therefore, subject to the recommended conditions, the previous concern in relation to the adverse noise potential associated with the proposed development has been overcome. It's noted that the precise wording of the manure management condition in the report will be updated by officers to better secure future compliance. And we have a form of words that can be put into that, which we have discussed at pre-meet. As detailed in the report, it's therefore not considered that this proposal is unacceptable in terms of access or highway safety following receipt of the highways consultation response, nor in terms of drainage. It's therefore considered that the 2 original reasons for refusal as part of the earlier scheme have been satisfactorily addressed through the submission of additional support material, which has been undertaken by specialists and with the inclusion of specific conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe we have two speakers on this one. One is the first speaker to be the objector, Terence Stone. Are you there, Mr. Stone?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Would you like to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak to you all. I'd like to sort of raise the following points. Firstly, I'm not aware of any environment impact report being done for this development or proposed development, which I believe for the size of the shed, there should have been one. Secondly, there was no protected species report regarding newts in the area. The next point I'd like to raise is, how is the proposed shed going to be powered? The current existing shed is powered by a generator which faces my bedroom, and if this is going to be a 24-hour operation, which I presume the feed machine runs electrically, then unless it's got some other supply, I'd just like to know for security, really, whether or not it's going to be a mains fed unit or another generator. All of this, including odours and other things, I'm not absolutely convinced there won't be any, or noise, is going to prevent me from enjoying my home and my property. The point raised as far as an existing sort of farm is a bit misleading, because the property's only been there for 5 years, which arrived after me. The photos taken are very misleading because it makes things look an awful lot further away than they actually are. The other thing is obviously if it's not financially viable because of the cost of getting power to the shed, then technically, is it necessary? Is it an acceptable development? Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ian Pick, please. Are you there? Mr.
Yeah.
Pick?
Can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This application has been made by Kyle and Blaine Teasdale, who seek planning permission to erect a livestock building on their farm at Appletonley Street. The farm currently extends to 150 acres and is farmed by the applicant's father. The scale of the current farming business cannot financially provide a living wage for more than one person, and Kyle and Blaine are currently employed elsewhere. The proposed investment in the new pig weaner unit is primarily to create additional work and additional income so the farm is capable of supporting Kyle and Blaine as well as their father and enable the next generation of farmers to come back to the farm. The chosen project is a straw-based pig unit for rearing of weaners from 8 kilos through to 35 kilos on a bed and breakfast basis. This is a very common form of investment for farmers, as there is demand from the larger pig breeding companies for additional contract sites for rearing pigs, and there is very little risk to the farmer. The farmer provides the building, water, straw and labour in return for a monthly payment from the parent company. The proposed development fits very well within the arable system, as straw produced on the farm is used as bedding for the livestock, and manure from the building will be recycled as a sustainable fertiliser for the arable crops, thereby reducing reliance on manufactured fertilisers, which are derived from natural gas, and also dramatically reducing the carbon footprint of the arable cropping. This type of development is really the definition of sustainable development on an arable farm. In putting forward this application, the applicants have sited the building as far as is practical from neighbouring residents to ensure that the development does not impact on the amenity of their neighbours. Generally, farm buildings should be sited in groups with existing farm buildings. However, in this instance, the existing farm buildings are adjacent to the neighbour's house, and therefore a more isolated site was required in order to protect amenity. Amenity of the neighbours through noise disturbance was raised as a reason for refusal on the previous application. However, this issue has been addressed with a detailed noise report from specialist acoustic consultants. The Environmental Health Officer has accepted the findings of the noise report and has no objections subject to conditions. The proposed conditions have been reviewed and are accepted by the applicants. The application is also accompanied by a landscape and visual impact assessment and a detailed landscaping scheme. The landscape assessment confirms that the proposed development will have a minor impact on landscape character and a minor visual impact. The application also includes detailed planting plans to reinforce the boundaries of the site with trees and hedgerows to further mitigate visual effects. The applicants have fully addressed the reasons for refusal set out in the previous application and have now presented a scheme which is acceptable in planning terms to your officers and the technical consultees. The application is recommended for approval and it's respectfully requested that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into questions, I'd just like to come back to Mr. Stone's points about there being no protected species report requested, and about the noise from the generator and the position of the generator and whether or not the generator makes whether or not the building becomes viable without making a lot of noise through the generator. I think I'd like to hear about this first, Steve, before we actually go over to the rest of our members' questions.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just a few things I'd like to come back on from the representation from Mr. Stone. He had indicated that he believed this needed environmental impact assessment. Livestock installations with over 2,000 pigs is my understanding that would trigger the environmental impact assessment. I think it's for that reason that the application we just heard at Westfield Farm in Thornton Ryedale had kept the numbers at 1,999. So this one for 1,000 weaning pigs wouldn't trigger that requirement. In terms of the concern about newts, that wasn't something that I've specifically considered as part of this application. I don't think it's in an area that I've been aware of before that has had a trigger from newts. We will maybe look at that and come back on that point. In terms of the photos being misleading, I mean, there was a large number of photos there. I've sort of taken them from all angles to try and give members the best understanding of that, combined with the 2 aerial maps. I think they're a fair representation of the site. Even the one that was at the access had indicated that in particular to show the proximity of the dwelling to the access, which is quite close. In terms of the aspects about noise and equipment and generation, I've just gone back to the noise assessment, which has been considered by the officers within the environmental health team. The first thing that I would say that as part of the other application that we've just heard in West Napton, a condition was specifically recommended by the environmental health team that all mechanical, ventilation, generation, anything that is noise related on the outside of the building, they did want to secure the control of that via condition. That hasn't been recommended as part of this application, and it is the same team. The noise assessment indicates that it has been undertaken to the BS 4142 methodology, and I think sound from fixed installations, which comprise mechanical and electrical plant and equipment, is indicated specifically. It also indicates that the actual automated feeding system is a benefit in comparison to the more traditional types. Apparently, it can kind of suppress the noise from animals where I think they might get excited at feeding time. That might be it. But I think it is recognised as, you know, the best way of controlling animal noise. I can't speak specifically to what sort of electrical noise may occur, but I would be, you know, assured that our environmental health officers have looked into this in detail. They did actually request updates and amendments to the report from the noise consultants. So I think this will very much have been at the forefront of their mind. So that's what I have to say really on those points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Do members have any questions? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, some of the objectors live in a Motherby. The map on page 160 doesn't show a Motherby. I just wonder if we could be told how close a Motherby is off the map to the east.
Absolutely. If we could go to the first aerial map, that would be great, because I think you can see a Motherby at that point. And I think I have measured it, I just haven't put it in the report. Bear with me. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just sort of cut off on that mapping point. I can get that measurement for you now if I might just need about 60 seconds to get that. But I would note that as part of this scheme, the environmental health officers have been considering the residents in a Motherby as well as the occupier of the gatehouse. There is actually an allocated site to the western part of a Motherby. So that was also highlighted to the case officer who's dealing with that application. So it is kind of like a joined up approach really. So we are talking approximately 880 metres from the sort of nearest domestic curtilage of the property in a Motherby, and probably about 823 metres from the school, which obviously is a little bit more outlying to the west of the village.
About half a mile.
0.8 kilometres. I'm not very good on between miles and kilometres. Thank you.
1,760 yards in a mile, 880 metres, about half a mile, isn't it?
Want to come back with a supplementary?
No, thank you very much. No.
Councillor Thackeray. We are.
I'd like to know why the suggested hours of operation extend to 7 days a week, and also why the times are 12 hours per day, given that those major feed suppliers that I know in this district operate between 6 and 6, Monday to Friday, and until 1 p.m. on a Saturday. I would personally like to see an amendment for there to be Sunday hours removed. Thank you.
Do you wish to come back on that, Niamh?
The hours that have been put forward, they were recommended by our colleagues in environmental health. So I think on that basis they were content that they would be acceptable. I think the deliveries and the numbers of journeys per week are indicated in my report. Bear with me just a second. Yeah, we have one staff visit each day to feed and check on stock. Feed wagon deliveries twice every 10 weeks. Because it's an automated feed system, it can be reduced to that point. New pigs are delivered every 11 to 12 weeks, and the collection of pigs every 10 to 11 weeks. So I think it does present quite a modest number of journeys associated with the development. And I think for that reason, that's why environmental health have recommended that level of hours associated with it.
Do you want to come back with a supplementary?
Yeah, it wouldn't satisfy me if I was trying to sit out in my garden on a Sunday afternoon or early Sunday evening and headlights of a wagon bumping up and down a lane and wherever else it goes, into a Motherby, perhaps.
Are there any other questions?
Sorry,
Steve?
Chair. Can I just come back on that point? I mean, if members would be minded to delegate approval or delegate the decision to officers, I can certainly go back to the agent and see if they would be sort of amenable to that. I think you're probably right that there would be less likelihood of journeys on a Sunday, so it might be something that they'd be willing to compromise on.
Thank you, that would be great.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just clarify, is that no movements on a Sunday, or is it
I don't think there's any need for
period?
HGV movements on a Sunday, personally. For the reasons I've given, the food producers don't operate on a Sunday.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, my question's around the newts again. Is if we haven't done a newt survey, should we be doing one, and can we put a condition in that can be done first? Just out of curiosity, really.
I think, Chairman, the requirements under the legislation are that we would look to ask a newt survey to be provided if we believed there was a strong likelihood that it was habitat that was either foraging habitat for newts or breeding habitat, and that's something which is often picked up in our validation process. So I think we're probably, it's as a matter of course we wouldn't normally ask for a protected species survey on agricultural land, and there's nothing that's flagging up that it's prime newt foraging habitat or breeding habitat. What we could, I mean, there is still a responsibility on any applicant under the Wildlife Countryside Act to obviously be mindful of protected species, and if they are found on site, then they are protected species and they're subject to that legislation.
Thank you.
Any supplementary? There's one other point, Niamh. The wording of condition 8. This is me being very picky and very legal, but it sort of suggests that once they've submitted the plan for approval, whether they get the approval or not, they can carry on with the development. Could it be made clear, please, in the wording of the condition that the local authority's approval should be obtained before the development is started?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely scope for making that more robust. I think we have had a more robust version of that on other applications, so we'll be very happy to do that, and we'll make it very clear that the approved manure management scheme and protocols would have to be those in use basically forever. You wouldn't be able to operate outside those, so we can definitely do that.
Are there any more questions? I think this is, again, it's your award, isn't it, Steve?
Seems pigs are popular tonight. As Councillor Potter stated in the previous application, we're here to minimise disruption for local residents. And I think at first glance, the refusal of this was the right decision. But I'm more than comforted by the involvement of the environmental health officer and the work they've put into this. I don't think there's a lot to say about it, really. I think the diligence that's been put onto this has been acceptable, and I would therefore recommend we support our officers and approve this application subject to the conditions are met, including possibly going back on the amended times that Simon has put forward.
Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was initially a little concerned when I read the report that the previous application had been refused, but I was also heartened by the fact that the applicants had obviously gone to a great deal of effort to cover the issues, particularly around noise and so on. With regards to newts, I would say that a prerequisite was a pond or a marshy area, and I think there's absolutely no sign of that. I was also a little concerned around the times of the limiting for the HGVs, because I know that between 5 and 7 is the normal time for taking pigs to slaughter, but as this is only a unit for weaners, Neve very kindly confirmed with the agent that that was acceptable, because they're not being taken to slaughter, they're just being moved on. So that was okay. So yeah, on condition that we give the officers the power to check about the Sunday times, I'm quite happy to second this application for approval. Thank you.
Would that be on the basis that if the Sunday timing was not taken off, then the matter would come back to committee?
Perhaps so. I think it's more a case of what the agent or the applicant is prepared to accept.
Yeah, I proposed it, but yes, I agree with what Mike's just said. I think we see what they say and come back.
So your proposal is that it's accepted, subject to the applicant agreeing to have no HGV vehicles on a Sunday. Is that the proposal?
Yeah, I think I'd
is that the proposal?
I'd accept that. Yeah.
Anybody else wish to speak? I would say that I'm a little bit concerned about the generator, because what I seem to be hearing, and correct me please if I'm wrong, that the generator for this pig shed is going to be right outside the objector's house, and I think he's got a valid cause for concern, because if it's already generating and causing some noise. Yeah, you please do come back in a minute.
Thank you, Chair.
In a minute.
Oh, sorry.
If it really does cause the noise, and the electricity for the shed is obtained through that generator, then I could understand his concern. And for that reason, I'm not sure I'm happy with this application, but am I right about that, Neve?
I mean, we don't tend to have always details about sort of generators and things like that. The building would be approximately 221 metres away from the domestic curtilage of the gatehouse. So I can't confirm on that specifically at this point, but I know the environmental health officers were content, and they do consider generation whenever they consider it to be relevant. The one thing that I also just do want to highlight, I have just had an email from the agent, and he has confirmed that a restriction excluding Sundays for HGVs is agreed. So I have that in writing. I wonder if that might mean we may need another motion, potentially. It's positive, isn't it?
I'm still concerned about where that generator is, and if the generator is just under that man's window or close to his house, and we haven't heard that it isn't, or that it is, and that's going to be the thing that provides electricity to this new shed. Then I wouldn't want to vote in favour of this application unless I know what the true position is in regard to that generator. Because, I mean, this is something that a member of the public has actually raised with us. I think is a genuine concern, and if we can't answer that question, then I think we should go. I personally think it should be deferred until the next meeting.
Chairman, I think Neve just wants to clarify the position of the generator.
The agent has also very quickly come back on that point, so thank you, Mr. Pick. He's confirmed the pig shed will have a separate electricity supply. It will not rely on the existing generator. Therefore, as that building is the distance of 221 metres away, I would assume the generator will be directly beside the building or in very close proximity to it. So I wouldn't imagine that would have a significantly adverse impact on the occupier of the gatehouse.
Well, in that case, could that be made a condition?
I mean, we could certainly add a condition to seek details of the position of the generator prior to its installation. It's what the environmental health officers had recommended at the West Napton site, so I don't see why that would be a specific issue. Yeah, I think we could definitely do that.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, it's not that helpful to you, but my brother's just installed a silent generator at his new workshop, and quite frankly, if they're round the other side of the building, and they would be potentially very close to the building because the electricity supply is needed there, so you don't have lots of cables. If it's a silent generator, it will be barely audible, but we don't know if it is.
Chair.
Councillor Mason. Sorry, have I?
Sorry, I kind of waved a few times, but I can't catch your attention. You're looking.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
I'm just slightly worried that we are straying into different legislation, and as everybody knows, noise legislation is different from planning legislation. I just wondered if we could have a view from officers whether we are becoming too involved in what that legislation might be or might not be.
I think it's a relevant consideration for us in terms of the generation of noise from the site, and that's why the environmental health officers have been involved in this. So I think it is something that we need to take account of. Yeah.
Councillor Mason.
I think in light of the information that's just come through, and if it can be conditioned, I'm going to withdraw the previous motion to recommend with the request for that information and just recommend approval.
Would that be
with the conditions of the time that has just come through?
The conditions of time and also the conditions of in regard to the details of the electrical generation and generator.
Well, according to that, there's no generator. There's a line coming in that doesn't need a generator.
Yeah, I know, but we need that.
Okay, yeah,
we need
with that as well.
We need
yes.
that in writing, don't we?
Sorry, I'll just clarify. I'll just read out the email from the agent, if that's okay, just for absolute clarity. It notes the pig shed will have a separate electric supply. It will not rely on the existing generator. It doesn't say that it's not a generator, but we could include that condition to have details of that in advance of its installation.
If you would,
we can
yeah.
check that with the Environmental Health Team whenever those details arrive as well.
So, Paul, I'd like to propose we approve this application and delegate the decisions over to the officers on these discussions we've had on times and generator.
To the vote then, please, Jill.
Councillor Andrews. Councillor Braxton.
Abstain.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Goodrick. 4. Councillor Mackenzie.
4.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Windress.
4.
That's 8 votes for, Chairman. That's approved.
Then it's approved as as we've amended it. So we go on to the next item, which is the erection of a replacement garage and potting shed with attached single-storey annex at 24 Ashdale Road, Helmsley. And that's Ellie Thompson. Are you there, Ellie? Or are you going to do it? Oh. Could you make your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is a minor householder application for the erection of a replacement garage and potting shed with a new attached annex. This application has been brought to committee following a number of objections being received from an occupier of a neighbouring property and a member of the public. The application site is a large domestic residential site located at the southern end of Ashdale Road in Helmsley. The applicant seeks permission for this development in order to have a garage which can accommodate a modern-sized car and to provide ground floor annex accommodation to be occupied by her elderly parents. If I could draw members' attention to the late pages, we have received a further comment through from one of the objectors which requests a condition in relation to restricting the number of people which can stay or live in the annex. Further to this, just to update members, since the late pages were issued, we have received a further comment from the occupier of number 15 Station Road, raising concerns around the potential for bats to be roosting in the existing building on the site. We have gone back to the ecology officer, who has provided a detailed response stating that it is unlikely that the existing building would support bat roosts of a higher conservation status and has recommended a slightly amended informative to what is currently recommended, which includes a section that advises that the roof tiles be removed carefully by hand from the existing building. Additionally, upon reviewing the extra comments and information, officers are now of the opinion that it would be prudent to remove permitted development rights for the installation of new window openings in the southern elevation of the proposed building in order to further protect neighbouring amenity, and as such would recommend that this be added if members are minded to approve the application. So now I'll just run you through the photos. So this is where the application is. It's towards the southern end of Ashdale Road, as you can see. It is quite a large plot, and you should be able to see the existing sort of linear outbuilding along the southern boundary of the site. So this is the front of the property as seen from the street, so you can appreciate it is again a large property set behind a large front garden, and they do have quite an extensive driveway which runs down the southern boundary of the site. So this photo is looking directly into the site from the bottom of the driveway, so this is probably the only public vantage point where you would achieve a view of the new building, the garage and the annex. You can just about see the red door of the existing sort of garage building, which is above the sort of black timber fence at the back of the photo there. So this is looking south, I think, from within the site. So that's the existing building, which is along the southern boundary, and the proposed building would be sort of part on the position of that existing building, with the new annex building being situated in front of the blue and the yellow wall there. So this is another image sort of looking back towards the rear of the property, which sort of shows the way that the existing building and by extension the proposed building, how it would sort of hug that southern boundary wall. And then this is just a close-up of the proposed siting of the new addition, the annex part of the new building. So at the minute that area is, the majority of it is lawned. I think there are a few sort of paving slabs at the back of the existing building, and at the very back of the site there's a flower bed, I think. So this is looking into the, sorry, I can't quite see. So this is looking sort of the view that you would achieve from the new building, as it were. So this is how if you were looking out of the window of the new annex building into the application site. So as you can see, it is a large plot, and there wouldn't be any sort of risk of overlooking of the neighbouring properties to the north. So this photo has been taken from the rear of number 15 Station Road, which is the neighbouring property. So this is taken from the back of their dwelling, sort of on their sort of patio area. You can see the existing building, the roof of the existing building at the right-hand side of the photo. And then again, this is another vantage point from the neighbouring property's garden, which is L-shaped. It sort of wraps around the application site, so the application site is directly sort of central in that photo. Here's the property that you can see in the middle there, and I think you can just about see above the sort of the first fence panel. There's a small triangle of brick, which is the existing roof pitch of the existing building, and hopefully this photo gives members an appreciation of the orientation between the two sites and the space between the buildings. I think that's the last photo. So yes, thank you. There are no further updates for this application, Chairman, and the recommendation is as outlined in the officer's report, with the additional condition to remove permitted development rights and the amended informative.
Thank you, Ellie. We have two speakers. First of all, the objector, Thomas Watson. Are you there, Thomas Watson?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the time to speak. Yeah, we live at number 15 Station Road and face the southern boundary of the application site. Generally speaking, we continue to be shocked that on a generous plot such as this, the location being considered for additional accommodation is where it has maximum impact on our property, on our residential amenity. Specifically, though, we also are troubled by a number of areas in the planning report where it does not accurately reflect or address the concerns we raised during the consultation period. Firstly, on ecology, it states in the planning report that the proposed development on an existing built footprint would not undermine the extent to which the existing garden supports wildlife. I think on an existing built footprint, it seems like an erroneous statement, given that the existing built footprint only covers 33 square metres, whereas the proposal covers 87.6 square metres, so 3 times as much land covered almost. So surely there is some impact to wildlife in that regard. Furthermore, the challenge on ecological impact we raised actually referred to the disruption to the green corridor created by adjacent garden spaces, rather than the specific loss of garden space by the applicant. So given the size of the plot and more conventional siting options available, it did seem strange that these were not explored or suggested as part of the process. Secondly, on noise, the planning report cites concerns around noise that occupiers of the annex may experience from surrounding gardens, but not to the contrary considers or addresses concerns of noise created by the occupants of the annex in future to us or our neighbours. The closest it comes to address these concerns is where it states, is acknowledged that the proposed development may result in some increased comings and goings to this part of the garden. Comings and goings would not be our principal concern. The regular use of a kitchen and bathroom that would appear within 9 metres of our building, and other unavoidable domestic noises arising from living in a building rather than simply enjoying a garden space is where our concern lies. Thirdly, on scale and impact, we do not understand how a 1.8 metre high boundary fence effectively screens the 4.3 metre high building built against it, or lessens the amenity impact when it is in such close proximity and spans the full width of our outlook from our main living space. And then finally, on SP21, occupational restriction, sharing the same vehicular access and outdoor amenities have been cited as the best which is deemed acceptable to accept the proposed annex complies with SP21. However, SP21 also states that accommodation that has the ability to be self-contained would be discouraged. This does not appear to have been the case in this instance. A building that is detached from the main house, accessible without entering the main house, and contains a kitchen, bathroom and bedroom feels like the definition of self-contained and separately accessible accommodation. If approved, this appears to be an open invitation for any applications across Ryedale for additional accommodation to be built in the curtilage of an existing property, so long as they follow this formula of sharing the vehicular access and not defining the garden areas in the defined plans. So in summary, thank you for your consideration of the true impacts to our residential amenity from the constrained outlooks it would provide us and the new habitation noise it would generate, as well as a wider precedence it would set with regard to ecology and occupation policy. Thank you for your time.
Right, thank you. We have the agent, Mandy Spink. Would you like to speak, Mandy?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can indeed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My application is about future-proofing my family's needs. Both my parents and myself are lifelong Helmsley residents, and as my parents are 77 and 81, I expect in the not too distant future to be their primary carer. The addition of a one-storey annex would provide a bright and homely living space that is fully accessible and adapted to their needs. It is intended to make them feel part of the family and be able to take regular meals with us while still enjoying their own space, knowing that we are on hand. I want my parents, it's likely to just be one of them, to be close by and continue to benefit from daily family contact and care as their needs change. I'm in a position to be able to care for them and do not wish to place any burdens on existing care facilities. I willingly accept that the annex will be tied to the main house and have no expectations otherwise. The annex would enable us to live comfortably as a multi-generational family, and as the main house will continue to be occupied by myself and at various times my 3 adult children and their partners, plus hopefully any future grandchildren. There is sufficient parking space currently to accommodate 6 vehicles comfortably off the road, so whilst my parents remain able to drive, an additional vehicle would not add to any roadside pressures on Ashdale Road. The specification for the build will be of high quality for sustainable living that is fully accessible. The Velux roof windows will be of opaque glass, so there will be no issues of privacy loss or overlooking for any parties. Biodiversity is very important to me, and I enjoy spending time in my garden. There are many species of wildlife, despite the fact that there are no hedges between the neighbouring gardens, which are separated by brick walls or fences. I hope that my garden will give my parents the same enjoyment. Neighbours nearer to the existing garage and outbuilding have a private walled garden, and the new build would not impact that at all, as your officer has seen. Thank you for this opportunity to expand on the reasons for my application, and I hope you will view my application as positive benefit towards meeting the evolving needs of Helmsley's population and allowing lifelong residents to remain in the community that they love together as a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie, do you want to come back on any of that?
I think, Chairman, I'll come back on some of those points if that's all right with you. I think just in relation to the matter of ecology and the report, I think it's clear on page 168 that the report, the officer isn't saying that it's built on an existing footprint. There is reference to partially on the footprint of an existing building, which I think is accurate, and members will agree with that when they've seen the photographs. I think given what is there at the moment, we would take the view that the proposed development wouldn't reduce connectivity for nature. It is a domestic garden. There remains a lot of lawn space, and I don't think there'll be any significant harm or reduction in the way in which the site contributes to biodiversity or nature. Just the second point in relation to noise generated. It is a proposal for an annex. It means it is a domestic use in relation to the existing building. It is close to the bound. Well, it's on the boundary with the objector's property. But I think we have to think about this in terms of what a potential fallback position is. There could be domestic outbuildings on that space, where people undertake all sorts of hobbies and activities with radios, etc. That actually may result in noise generation, but still at a level which you would expect to be commensurate with its use as a residential this use for the whole of the site, which this is. I think clearly, you know, there is legislation that protects against noise nuisance. If that's required, we would never want to grant permission for anything that we thought would result in noise nuisance. I think our view is that the scale of this annex, the way in which the openings face into the site, the fact that there is a fallback position means that actually we think that there isn't likely to be significant noise generation from this. I think in terms of the scale of the impact, it is to a height of, I think it's 4.3 metres to the ridge. The annex section, which is higher than the current building that is on site at the moment. But that is not, that is to the ridge. It's set in from the boundary with the neighbour. So I think what members need to wrestle with is the extent to which the height of that building as proposed, does that really result in an impact which is so overbearing on the neighbour that it effectively would impact upon their health. I think there is a distance of approximately 9 metres from the back of that house to the proposed annex site, and I think that distance, together with the fact that at its highest point it's set into the site, it's not on the boundary, it's a dual pitched roof, there wouldn't be an overbearing impact on the neighbouring occupiers. And just finally, in terms of the occupancy, we are suggesting a condition that restricts occupancy, obviously, to the residents of the dwelling, and relatives of the occupiers of the dwelling. Just to come back on the self-containment point, it is an annex that is proposed to have all the main facilities. There is case law that does illustrate that actually for something to be self-contained, completely self-contained, it would have its own access and it would have its own garden. That's not the case here. The access to this annex remains shared with the main dwelling house, and the garden is to be shared. So I think all of those issues together, I think we feel that it is acceptable use, acceptable development in this location.
Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Mason.
It's just to clarify something. If in the future, way down the line, somebody bought the house and wanted to turn it into a holiday let, would they have to come back for planning permission, wouldn't they?
They would, yes,
Yeah,
because
okay.
of that condition.
Thank you.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I just wonder if you could clarify if I'm correct in thinking that a householder could build an outbuilding to the height of 4 metres without planning permission.
They can within their property. It would have to be further away than 2 metres. It can't be within 2 metres of the boundary if it's at 4 metres. If it's on the boundary, it would be, I think it's 2.5 metres, something like that. But yes, if it was set further in, 2 metres from the boundary, it could be built. Permitted development is you could build to 4 metres.
Any more questions? In that case, we go into debate. I think this is your ward, isn't it, Councillor Windress?
Yeah, I have no problem with this at all. There are a number of larger detached houses in that part of Helmsley. Many have already been extended, and as we've seen from the pictures, there's no problem with parking. on the road, I can't see any problem at all, so I'll move officer recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
I'm happy to second.
Anybody else wish to speak? Can we go to the vote?
Councillor Andrews.
Approve.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
That's 9 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you. We go on to item number 13, which is a change of use of detached artist studio for personal use to allow the public to attend art workshops and open studio events at the Vernon Cottage, West End, Sheriff Hutton. This is Ali Thompson's.
Chairman, I'm going to take this item if that's all right.
Yes.
I'm afraid it's another one that this evening we're going to have to ask as officers if members would agree to defer the application. Between the agenda being released and today, the Highways Authority have made some further comments on the level of parking provision, and that's because the applicant has further clarified the number of people that could be attending workshops in the annex. We need to give the applicant some opportunity to consider and respond to further comments made by the Highway Authority. So we would look to bring an application back to the next meeting. Thank you.
Does everybody agree to defer it? Right. Item number 14, which is the change of use of agricultural barn to office use class E, including the installation of 4 number windows, 1 number door, and installation of packed treatment plant land at Owisfield 0067 York Lane, Flaxton. Neve, this is your presentation, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, if we could just go to the aerial map, that would be great. Thank you. So yeah, this first map shows the application site in context with Strensall to the west and Flaxton to the east. The application site is known as York Lane Farm, and it's within an agricultural field to the north of York Lane, so it's approximately 1.75 kilometres to the west of Flaxton. The wider field under the ownership of the applicant spans to approximately 26 acres. And if we just could go to the next map. So yeah, this is a clearer sort of image of the specific site location. So the precise application site, as you'll have been able to see in the red line plan, relates to a section of land within that wider field. And this area spans to 0.12 hectares, and that includes an agricultural building and surrounding hard standing. It's noted within the design and access statement that the agricultural building was constructed in 2014, and as you'll have been able to see from the plan and history, this building was approved on appeal by the inspector in 2012. This is a regularly shaped parcel of land which spans approximately 55 metres from east to west and approximately 22 metres from north to south. Consequently, the application site is surrounded by agricultural land to the north, east and west. Beyond the agricultural land, the site is directly joined by Strensall Common to the west, and that's not the specific application site, that's the wider site in the ownership of the applicant, so I must stress that. Yeah, and Stranslow Common to the west is a site of special scientific interest. To the south of the site is the woodland farm complex known as Flaxton Meadows and other residential properties. If we could just move to the first photograph, please. So I'll run through these photographs now, but I would just note the site incorporates a partially landscaped boundary to the south of along York Lane. The access is over a wide verge which is designated as common land. This is currently used for access to the agricultural building and is completed with a stone surfacing that you can see in the image. This access over the common land is not indicated as falling within the red line boundary. So just moving along to these photographs there, the first photograph is the northern boundary of the site, and the next few are just looking at the access towards the east and the west. The fifth photograph, whenever we pan to that, will show you the buildings to the south of the site. So that's the access to Flaxton Meadows, but you can also see the residential property just through the landscape and sort of set back from the road itself. The next photograph is showing you from within the application site the western elevation of the agricultural building and the area that could be used for car parking and turning and manoeuvring. The next photograph is looking down towards the western site, so it shows the rest of the agricultural land in the ownership of the applicant, beyond which Stranslow Common is located. The next photograph is looking from the site to the north, and that is looking towards the bank of landscaping which was visible within the aerial images. The next photograph is showing you the eastern elevation of the building, and you can sort of see the road behind it at that point. The next photograph is looking towards the northern and eastern boundaries of the site with the post and rail fence, and this is where the applicant is proposing some additional landscaping. So the next is just another view of the eastern side of the building, and you can just see some of the landscaping that is present between the site and York Lane. The next photograph hopefully just lets you see that in a wee bit of better detail. The next photograph is looking towards the southern elevation of the building, but it just gives you another sort of chance to see the landscaping that's there at present. And the next photograph, oh no, that's it. If we could just go back to the aerial maps, please. Thank you. In terms of updates about this application, we provided members in the late pages with an additional supporting statement and revised plans from the applicant. These plans indicated the proposed addition of 2 windows rather than 4 and proposed additional landscaping around the site. The statement that I'm sure you'll have had a chance to read notes a willingness to agree opening hours between 7 AM and 7 PM and conditioning the office space for professional services. Further comments on the character of the site and the interpretation of whether the existing building is isolated were made, and its position in context with Stranslow Common was also discussed. It was also highlighted that permitted development rights will become available in 2 years' time, which would allow many business purposes. This is noted, and it was considered by officers. So under Class Q and Class R, there would be some permitted development rights in the future if those rights remain. However, these rights are not available at present, and therefore it cannot be considered a genuine fallback position at this point. If these remain available in 2 years, the applicant may be able to proceed with such a development within the parameters of the permitted development rights. A number of representations have been received in relation to this. This includes 1 letter of support and 3 letters of objection, in addition to a response from the Parish Council, which were all outlined within the report. It's acknowledged that the applicant has indicated that this building is underused and redundant, and if this current scheme were approved, it would take some land out of agricultural use. However, it is a relatively small proportion of the overall land holding. In many locations within the district, the local authority can offer support for the conversion of existing agricultural buildings under policy SP6 and SP9. However, it's noted that this is on the basis that it's support for appropriate rural development. It's acknowledged that there could be some economic benefit to this type of proposed development and the reuse of an underused building, creating an income stream for a farming enterprise. However, we haven't had clear evidence submitted to confirm on the level of demand or interest for this type of development, although the applicant has highlighted the proximity to Strensall, to York and to Malton. But officers do have concerns with the location in terms of sustainability, as the site is not served by any public transport links, nor does it have any amenity for office workers nearby. The sustainability of a site is frequently a consideration when assessing the conversion of more isolated rural buildings that will be factored into the plan and balance. It is not considered in this specific situation that there are significant benefits to the proposal that would help to outweigh this discordance with policy SP1. Fundamentally, and I've noted this in the report, the local plan strategy has support for development within the wider open countryside for economic diversification that complements the character of the landscape and surrounding activity, and this is given significant weight. So if we could just go back to the first few photographs where we can see, and maybe the next one. Yeah, so as detailed, the site does incorporate some landscaping along the southern boundary along York Lane, where the most direct views of the building could be gained from. At present, during my site visit in January, it wasn't in leaf and it did appear quite open, but we do acknowledge the applicant does propose further landscaping. The planning statement itself contends it was previously established that the views of the site are filtered by current landscaping, that it's physically and visually related to the group of buildings opposite, and that it's not unacceptably prominent or isolated in the open countryside. And that comes from the applicant referring to the inspector's report as part of the 2012 approval. The views of the inspector at that time are noted, and whilst we did maintain fundamental concerns about the development approved under that scheme in the first place, the judgment of the inspector was accepted. But we would highlight that this judgment was for a modestly scaled agricultural building to serve an identified agricultural need in this location. And within the context of the wider application and the wider agricultural land, that was justified. But notwithstanding that application, officers would maintain that this building does actually occupy an isolated position, and it's readily apparent now that the building is in situ. It is noted that the buildings opposite the site to the south of the York Road include residential properties, but as you saw from the photographs, those are quite well set back from the roadside, and the holiday park development is behind a sort of office building, and they are well set back and well landscaped, so they aren't really incongruous in the way that we believe this side of the road and this building to be. We don't believe it benefits from the strong visual grouping, and we do believe it is prominent, particularly as the road bisects and separates the two areas. It's not considered that the additional landscaping would serve to mitigate the identified harm in this specific location by virtue of the proposed development. Although the proposal would involve relatively limited physical alterations, it would relate to potentially harmful impacts upon the character of the locality and landscape character by virtue of the proposed change of use and the consequential alterations to the character of the site in terms of how it would be used. The proposed change of use to office space might lead to, or is likely to lead, in our view, to the quasi-industrialisation of the area at odds with and resulting in harmful visual impacts in terms of the immediate and the wider landscape character, creating an incongruous development. Whilst the development would be involving limited physical works, as indicated by the reduction in windows even very recently, we believe it would lead to a level of associated development and activity that cannot be fully controlled by the local planning authority. There'd be lighting, signage, increased car parking, and really the levels of visits to and from the site that would serve to urbanise the character of this agricultural building in this rural setting in what's a very visually prominent and sensitive location. In terms of access and highway safety, North Yorkshire Highways had provided formal comments and a recommendation relating to parking provision within the site with no overall objection. It's noted that the access would be taken over common land, which is currently treated with loose stone. It was acknowledged by the highway officer that although condition 4 of the 2012 condition does not appear to have been formally discharged, they did have discussions with the then owner at the time. The highway officer delved into the previous files and he noted the following. The applicant is correct regarding the access. We were unsuccessful previously in getting a tarmac surface due to the verge being common land. And I would highlight, as part of this application, the Highways Authority are not recommending the similar type of condition that they did in 2012. It is just a single condition they're recommending in terms of parking within the site itself. The Highways officer did note that if this were to be approved, even if they couldn't have a specific planning condition relating to providing a tarmac surface over common land, the applicant would have a duty under the Highways Act to prevent hazards on the highway themselves. And the Highway Authority, the officer himself has confirmed they would be prepared to take enforcement action if it was necessary. So if members were minded to approve this, the requirement for compliance under the Highways Act would be noted and confirmed by way of a plan and informative. Accordance with the requirement for legislation relating to common land would not be a matter in which the local planning authority ourselves could become specifically involved in, and if members were minded to grant approval, the applicant would have to satisfy themselves that they could comply with this and hold any necessary relevant separate permissions. The points raised by the Parish Council in relation to compliance, which you'll have noted in the report, specifically conditions 4, 5 and 6 of the 2012 permission are noted. They view the building was constructed unlawfully because of the divergence with the conditions at that time, and that's the basis on which they contend the change of use should not be allowed. The site's actually now under new ownership. Conditions 5 and 6 have been complied with, and although it wasn't prior to the occupation of this building, no enforcement action is considered appropriate at this stage. Condition 4, as I've just noted, related to the submission of a discharge of conditions for highways information, and the current highway officer has said that at the time that fell outside the Highways Authority's remit and they couldn't insist on this common land being hard surfaced. We, as officers, have been reviewing whether or not enforcement action should be taken. We're still undertaking this, but it's considered unlikely to be expedient in planning terms given the response from Highways at this stage. So to conclude, it's considered that this office development should not be located in this unsustainable location, and by virtue of its position in a visually sensitive location, it would incorporate a harmfully urbanising effect on what is a modest agricultural building positioned within a broadly undeveloped agricultural location abutting Strensel Common. It is considered that this would have harmful impacts upon the character of the locality in discordance with local and national policy, which, in our view, is not outweighed by other material considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a speaker, Mr. Steve Axford. Are you there, Steve? Are you there, Mr. Axford?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to make your presentation, please? You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. The only access to the site from any direction is across common land. So common land is a big issue here. The only public right of access across the common land is on foot. There's no public right of access for motor vehicles or even bicycles or horses for that matter. And the Road Traffic Act 1988 makes it an offence for any person to drive a mechanically propelled vehicle across common land without lawful authority, unless it's for the purpose of parking on that common land and this is within 15 yards of a road. So if that happened, parking on the road would cause safety issues, and on the common land it would interfere with our common. Establish a private right-of-way across common land by prescription, which would give a defence against prosecution, but there are a number of conditions attached to that. It's possible that a prescriptive right of access for agricultural purposes was established by a previous landowner, but that wouldn't apply to office workers. So, this relevance of having parking on the site, they would be breaking the law if they were members of the public. The Highway Authority, as we heard, they decided that no construction work should begin until the access to the site had been improved. and they added the informative that these proposals would affect registered common land and that consent for works would be needed by the planning inspectorate. So that's still the case. If you're carrying out any works on common land, you need consent for those works from the planning inspectorate. And some of the photographs you've seen, it's already been widened illegally without consent from the planning inspectorate. So we heard about the number 4 and how the building was begun before all the conditions have been satisfied. Therefore, I would object to the application on the grounds that a change of use to an office with parking spaces for office workers would encourage illegal use of the access across the common land. Any vehicles parked on the road would cause issues with highway safety, and vehicles parked on the common land would interfere with our commoners' rights and the environment and appearance of the village, because the common land is a remarkable feature of Flaxton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Axford. Now, do members have any questions? Councillor Thackeray.
Just a question about parking on the road. Does anybody know if there are any double yellow lines or parking restrictions on the public highway? No. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Am I right in assuming that if we approved this application, the fact that they would build it on this common land and would have to access it across the common land would just be a civil matter, and that we could approve it and it was up to them to worry about the access?
It would be a separate legal matter, yes.
Councillor Goodrick.
Just a brief question, Chairman, please. It's very close to the SSSI of Flaxton Common and Stransell Common. And also, how far is it away from the green belt? Because it can't be far away from City of York green belt, actually.
I don't have the precise distance away from the green belt. I would note, and I did note on my report just for clarification, we did consult North Yorkshire Ecology, had no specific concerns in relation to this, but as it stands, there isn't really kind of a setting on the green belt consideration that we can have. It's either within green belt or outside green belt, so we weren't able to take that into consideration as part of this application.
I don't know the distance from the boundary of the green belt. I mean, the test would be, even if it were in Greenbelt, the test would be, does it compromise the openness? And a change of use for building tends not to do that. But I'm afraid I haven't got the answer to your question at hand in terms of distance.
Any more questions? I'm not sure whose ward this is in. Would you like to speak then, please, Councillor Goodrick?
Yes, this building has a long history, and the planning inspectorate chose to give it permission as an agricultural building in open, very open countryside, very close to the SSSI, and actually it's a very incongruous building in the open countryside, and I think it's quite inappropriate for it to change its reuse to what would eventually become commercial use. I don't think it's appropriate in this area, and I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation for refusal on that basis.
Councillor Mason.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was interested to hear in the officer's report that this was approved because of an agricultural need, and yet it's claimed that this building is underused and redundant. It was built less than 9 years ago. Why is it underused and redundant? and where's the agricultural need? I have to ask the question, which I could have asked in questions, but I don't think it would have been reasonable to expect an answer. Would this application have been approved for an office building in this location had that been the application in hand rather than converting a building? I think I know what the answer would be. I think this has the appearance of one of those thin end of the wedge applications, because it was granted on appeal as a modestly scaled agricultural storage building. And I stress that because this application is for an office building with undefined occupancy in an unsustainable location for access, inevitably increasing car traffic, but with little or no opportunity to control the development through planning conditions. I mean, I do have concerns over the access over common land, and the fact that that seems to have created a great deal of problem around conditions because the Highways Authority haven't been able to enforce conditions that they were imposed and therefore can't put in place proper planning conditions now. So, in conclusion, I very much support the officer's recommendation of refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Did Councillor Thackeray want to say anything more? I thought you had your hand up, but no, you didn't.
Would it be against the law for the owner of this building to paint it fluorescent pink? Is there an answer to that?
Does anybody else wish to speak?
No, I want an answer, Paul. Sorry, Chairman, could I have an answer, please?
Well, we're not actually, we're in debate. We're not actually in questions, but I will ask the officers to come back at the end. If there's nobody else who wishes to speak, I can't see anybody. But perhaps Jill, you could just answer that question.
Yeah, I can answer that question. I'm just looking back at the 2012 application. There was an approved plans condition, and it specifically indicates the plan, which itself specifically indicates olive green profiled cladding. So I think they might run into some problems if they painted it pink.
I think it's concrete, the bottom half, isn't it?
Just the kind of top
Just
part.
persuade Banksy to come.
That'd be quite low level, so, you know.
Can we go to the vote, please?
If I could just check, Chairman, it was proposed by Councillor Goodrick, second by Councillor Mason. Is that right? Yeah. Councillor Andrews?
For refusal.
Councillor Braxton?
For refusal.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
Abstain.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 8 votes for refusal.
Right, the application is refused. And we now go on to the last item on the agenda, which is it's the one at Sheriff Hutton. It's the erection of a 2-storey rear extension together with a dormer roof extension to create a room in roof space at the Square, Sheriff Hutton. And it's Ellie's presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This application seeks permission for a 2-storey flat roof rear extension together with the erection of a flat roof dormer on the rear roof slope of the property. However, during the course of the application, it became apparent that the proposed dormer can be constructed under permitted development rights. The application has been brought to committee following receipt of an objection from the occupier of a neighbouring property to the north, raising concerns around overlooking and loss of privacy from the new dormer window. Just to update members, this neighbour has sent in a further email through since the late pages were published, reiterating her concerns around loss of privacy and highlighting that their neighbouring property doesn't benefit from a frontage to the street. So the rear elevation is the main elevation of their property in terms of windows and openings. As outlined in the report, it is considered that the proposed development will result in a bulky stepped appearance, and it is considered that the proposed dormer window would result in some overlooking of the rear garden amenity space of the neighbouring property to the north. However, in this instance, the fallback position of what can be achieved under permitted development rights and the existing two-storey flat roof rear extension at the property is considered to outweigh the conflict with policies SP20 and SP16. So I'll just take you through the photos. So this is the location of the application site. It's right on the square in Sheriff Hutton, opposite the car park for the pub, just at the other end of the terrace from the cafe on the corner. So this is the front of the building. It's the one with the scaffolding on. It has been in some state of disrepair for a while, as you might be able to tell from the wear on the windows. So this is how it appears from the front. And this is just another photo to show how it sits in the street scene. So these properties are slightly raised above the highway, and you would be able to achieve some views of the dormer from the side there, as you can see the outline of the roof form. So this is the rear of the site. As I said, it is currently undergoing construction works. You can just see the existing two-storey flat roof rear extension to the rear, which currently goes over approximately half of the rear elevation. So the new two-storey rear extension is proposed to extend right the way across the rear elevation of the property. So this is just a little bit closer, just so you can appreciate the form of the roof and the existing two-storey extension. Obviously, the proposed one would be extending further towards the side elevation of the property. It would sit in line with that elevation. So this photo has been taken at a higher land level, not quite with our backs to the property, just because that is quite significantly lower, but it is sort of, you can see the scaffolding to the side there, so it is just to the side of the rear of the property, looking towards the neighbouring property to the north. So it's the one with the white rendered side elevation. Their rear garden amenity spaces just on the other side of that brick wall, and with the timber gate there. And this is taken with our backs to the neighbouring property, looking back towards the application site. You can see the scaffolding there sort of centrally in the photo, so hopefully you can appreciate the positioning of the new extension and the dormer on that roof slope. And then I think this is the last photo. This is taken from Stonelands Close, which is just to the west of the application site. Again, hopefully you can see the scaffolding on the side of the property there, and you can appreciate the roof form. So there will be views from this public vantage point of the dormer and maybe the very, very top of the rear extension. So I think that was the last photo. The recommendation is as outlined. Thank you, Chair.
We have one speaker, Melanie Hunt, who's the objector. Melanie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes, Melanie.
Brilliant. Hanging on in there like you guys. So, to put it into context, we had no consultation prior to the application. And in fact, that box dormer has been built already externally, not finished off internally yet. But to give you a bit of flavour, just to come back to the pictures, and I don't know if it's worth putting them back up. We actually own, our property runs along the back, as the planning officer said, and so the view from that top floor, from the roof, is looking right down onto our property. So the context overall is that our house is an unusual position. We face east-west, and we have over time, the development around us, surrounding us on 3 sides, has gone on over the years. We've been here 22 years, but in the last 10, our privacy has been significantly curtailed. With trees coming down, there was a garage with a peaked roof just neighbouring the property, the number 3 now, that used to obscure the view from there, which is now gone. So on that second floor, in fact, everybody can see just over our wall and into our garden. We actually use our garden less and less now because we also have a development to the north. There are 2 4-bedroom properties which now overlook both at the back of the property and nearer to the back door. So we're gradually, losing any kind of privacy that we did have. Again, I don't know about what is permissible development and what comes under planning, but because this application has been wrapped up in the planning permission, that's why I kind of put forward, officially it's an objection, but it was more of a recommendation because overall, we're not against the actual development. It is just that top floor window, which in fact is now in situ already. Interestingly, going further west, neighbouring, and there was a good photo towards the end, I think it was the very last one, you could see a dormer window has been built in the neighbouring property in the detached house. They did not put a window in. They put in Velux windows in the peaked roof, so it maintains privacy for all concerned. And so my concerns are not just only our loss of complete privacy at the back where once we had it, but also will it set a precedence? And so the neighbouring numbers 1 and 2 next to number 3, they could obviously now go ahead, if this is allowed to continue, they could go ahead and develop their properties in the same way, adding to what is already a problem. So my recommendation was, I think as the window's already there, it seems churlish to request it to be moved to the west side, where in fact an existing window was, so there was already a precedence there. But if nothing else, whether it could be obscured. And there are lots of cheap options to do that could be written in as a recommendation as part of the planning approval. So it's over to you.
Right, thank you for that. So the question I think is, could the window be done could we require as a condition obscured glass?
Chairman, the window. I mean, I have sympathy. I have sympathy with the neighbour, but the window, the dormer and the dormer with the window in it, is permitted development, and I think it would be unreasonable of us to try and restrict those permitted development rights. I think that's why the applicant has effectively started to build the dormer window, because it has the benefit of planning permission. That's the fallback position, unfortunately, in this case.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions?
Sorry, so because it's got permitted development rights, we can't condition obscure glazing on that window. Is that what you're saying?
I think it would be unreasonable. Yes, I don't think it would meet the tests of the condition, because it is permitted development. There is effectively the government has granted permission for it.
Right. So we can offer no protection to those who are overlooked by development of this nature.
No, in this location or anywhere else, really.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
I think what you're saying, Jill, is that if we did impose that condition, we could probably lose on appeal. So yes, we could do it, but it might not be very sensible. Any other questions? I guess whose ward this would be in now?
It's Eric's ward and my division.
So, would you like to to speak in the debate?
Thank you, Chairman. I am unhappy with this and I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Thackeray.
Well, it's back to the permitted development rights question. My assumption, as a layman and not a planning expert, would be that if an application was submitted through the normal channels, one of the first things that this council would do would be jump on any overt overlooking and loss of privacy. But it seems in this case we're not either. We're advised not to take that line. I personally would go down the road of obscure glazing, and if the inspector wants to test it out, let him test it out.
So, are you proposing approval subject to obscure glazing?
I will propose that. Yes.
Do we have a seconder? Well, just to enable the discussion to proceed, I will second it. Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have very limited comments on this, and it's that we are expected to make a decision on something that we have absolutely no decision to make, which is quite ridiculous. So once again, we get the blame for somebody else's decision that we've got to make as a decision. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Anybody else wish to say anything? Councillor Cleary? So the only motion that has been proposed then.
Sorry, Chairman. Could I just? There is a danger that if we requesting that condition when there is a permitted development right, that that the applicant could build the dormer, could install whichever glazing they want, and we just simply wouldn't be able to enforce against it. It's not an enforceable position. It's not something we can enforce against. It's not. It wouldn't meet the tests of conditions.
Well, I understand that, and I understand members' reluctance to approve it. But I mean, the only way we can approve it is if somebody proposes approval. So proposes to approve it without the condition of the dormer glass. I mean, I think, Jill, what members are really saying is that they don't really want to put their name to a decision that basically they disagree with. That's the dilemma that we are in, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think I'm just advising that you need to be mindful of what the fallback position is, and the fallback position is there is a permission for that element of the scheme which you seem to be uncomfortable with. I understand the how that it is uncomfortable, but it is permitted development.
Chairman, if it's, I'm not prepared to propose it because I am really unhappy with it. However, I am mindful that the fallback position is that it is permitted development, and we are going to push up against the planning inspector, because I'm pretty sure if we put that condition in, A, it wouldn't be met, and B, it could be appealed at the planning inspector. I simply will abstain. I will not be voting for it.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've gone round this enough. We're up against something we can't move. They've got planning rights, so I move that we go with officer's recommendation and approve it as stated.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Windress. So what I'll do is I will take Mr. Councillor Mackenzie's proposal as the amendment, and then Councillor Thackeray's proposal is the main motion. So if the amendment, if the amendment if the amendment goes through first, then we have to go back to the second motion. I did. So I think we first of all have a vote on Councillor Mackenzie's motion. Jill, if you'd like to call the votes on that, this would be as the amendment.
Sorry, Chairman, can you just clarify the amendment? What you vote, because I'm not clear.
The amendment is to Councillor Thackeray's motion was that we approve, subject to a condition about obscure glazing. Councillor Mackenzie is saying his amendment is to approve it without the condition for obscure glazing.
So, a question. I'm sure that supersedes the first one. Yeah, the amendment is what Simon proposed, but Councillor Mackenzie's approved approval with no condition. So surely that would supersede that one, in my logical head, anyway.
Well, I would deal with it as an amendment because basically all Councillor Mackenzie is doing is saying is agreeing with our motion except that he wants a part of it taken away. So I think that's an amendment. No. Okay, so shall we have a vote on Councillor Mackenzie's motion then? Or amendment, rather. Amendment.
So I'm not clear what the amendment was that Councillor Mackenzie was proposing.
The amendment.
It wasn't. No, but that was. No, it was just. He moved the recommendation. Yes.
But he can't do that because he can't just move the proposal. There's already a proposal with a seconded, which was on the table. All right, we'll vote on our motion first, then, Simon. Okay.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Against.
Councillor Goodrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
Against.
Councillor Potter.
Abstain.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
Against.
That's 3 votes for and 4 against. So I think that's the amendment lost.
Right, so in that case, we'll put forward Councillor Mackenzie's motion.
So if I could just check, that was moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Windress. Okay, Councillor Andrews.
Abstain.
Councillor Braxton.
Abstain.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Abstain.
Councillor Thackeray.
Abstain.
Councillor Windress.
For.
That's 4 votes in favour of the recommendation.
So it's, officer's recommendation is carried. So the next item on the agenda is item 17, applications determined by the Development Control Manager in accordance with the scheme for delegated decisions. Are there any questions on these, please? Councillor Fack.
Yes, Chairman. I've studied these, some that jump out at me and some I've looked at in relative detail. And probably tonight isn't the place or the time to ask questions about them because members don't have lots of paperwork in front of them and haven't had time to study them. There are a few that jump out at me, and one in particular is number 17, page 218, which is this is in Swinton, which is, we know where Swinton is. Change of use of offices to form 9 number dwellings, erection of a single and 2-storey extensions, erection of detached garages, alterations to fenestrations with associate parking and landscaping. I do not know if that is classified as open countryside. Maybe the officer will tell me.
I don't know. I'd need to check where it is in a location.
Because if it is in the open countryside, then the permission makes no reference to local needs occupancy condition or affordable housing. But the next one is Appleton Street. This is number 29. Again, other village. Removal of a agricultural occupancy condition. That's one that jumps out at me. And then I have something else to say, but further on in the meeting. Thank you.
I mean, can I suggest that you give a list of these that you're concerned about to the planning office and ask them to prepare a report which you can look at, and if you're not happy with, you can ask it to be put forward to the committee.
Yep, thank you. If that's possible.
Is that all right?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there was something else you wanted to say. You were saying.
Next item.
Oh, on the next item, right. So does anybody else have any questions in regard to the delegated decisions? In that case, we'll go on to the to item 18. Does anybody wish to speak in regard to comment on item 18? Do you want to say anything first, Jill?
No, I've got nothing to add, Chairman.
Councillor Goodrick.
Chairman, I wonder if officers would be able to tell me, was there an award of costs against the council, and what was the cost of defending this item, please?
I'm not aware that there was an award of costs. I'm not sure there was an application for costs, but I will double check.
Was it a written representation or was it a hearing?
I believe it was written representations.
Councillor Thackeray, you had a question in regard to it.
Yes, question. Probably take me a little while to get to the question. I just want to refresh members' memory, if they need it. The Planning Committee heard an application or determined an application in 2019 for the development of, well, for the reconfiguration, what's the word I'm looking for? Renovation of barns at Home Farm, Braegate Street, Swinton. 5 of which were new dwellings to be created from existing farm buildings. Three of the dwellings, it was an 8-dwelling site, 3 of the dwellings were existing, therefore, if you like, fell out of the scope of the local needs occupancy condition. Now, this committee, I wasn't actually a full-time member then, but the planning committee, whoever it was made up of, refused the first application and asked the developer to go away and come back with a revised viability study with the which he indeed did, and offered up 1 unit from 5 with a local needs occupancy condition, and that is how it was approved. On the strength of reworking his viability study. So that application was for the development of 8 units, which I know the price and the value of them is academic really to this exercise, but part of that permission included the removal of 8 number metal silos, i.e. get rid. So one can only assume that the value of those 8 metal silos considered with that viability study at that time was nil. Now, the application for the conversion of 8 metal silos came before this committee and was refused on the basis that the application was for the conversion of the 8 metal silos into a 2-bedroom dwelling, was for the approval without a local needs occupancy condition. And the applicant has, quite within their rights, appealed to the planning inspector. And the appeal decision is there in front of you. And I'll just draw your attention straight away, because I don't want to keep everybody out of bed, myself included, to paragraph 7. And I'll read the first 2 lines for you. This is the consideration of the planning inspector that we're also worried about. A previous planning permission approved the conversion of barns at the farm to several dwellings, none of which contain a local occupancy condition. I don't know what members think about that, but I think that the inspector hasn't read the documents that were sent to him. I have. He goes on to argue that the viability assessment in relation to the conversion of the silos, which, if you remember, were to be taken down and got rid of, he says that the council did not dispute the viability assessment, which is fair enough. And he then gives us a little bit of clarification, which I think this council and this planning committee need, which is assuming a 15% reduction in the value with a local occupancy condition. The development would result in a negative difference between the residual land value and benchmark land value, such that the scheme would not be viable. And although it's not my intention to try and educate everybody tonight, but speaking to a planning consultant about the meaning of the words residual land value and benchmark land value, the indication is from the understanding of the planning inspectorate that any dwelling that is approved with a local needs occupancy condition is thereby non-viable. Absolutely everyone is unviable. The chances of a developer getting a 15% profit margin today is increasingly slim. However, let's go back to the appeal decision. Our planning inspector says, and he has assessed his finding, on which he overturned the council's decision on the basis of information which he has clearly not read or not understood. So, how sound is our decision in accepting the planning inspector's appeal? I would say not at all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I have to say I find it a very surprising decision, but bearing in mind all we're talking about is a few corrugated iron hoppers sort of converted into a house and then having no condition upon it. It just doesn't make sense to me. But there we are. I'm just one person. Councillor Cleary.
Just an observation. I wasn't there. I was elsewhere, and I had to forward my apologies. But I did watch the debate through the through online, and just remind the committee that it was a split decision, contrary to officers' recommendation, with the refusal being on the basis of the chairman's casting vote.
I would support the chairman's casting vote, wouldn't I? Councillor Mason.
Just on record, I wasn't there either at this meeting, but just for the record, I think I was actually planning to propose approval for this.
Councillor Potter.
As local member. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I have a question, but I don't expect anybody to answer it. I'm just wondering, why did a planning inspector pass our local plan, which included the local needs occupancy clause, but did not include a viability assessment get-out clause to avoid applying that policy, and yet then they overrule their own agreed policy?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't expect anybody to answer it, but
absolutely.
If I could just answer, national policy makes it clear that viability is always a material consideration in any application that we consider. And therefore, whilst it's not an explicit add-on to that specific policy in our development plan, it's still something that is a valid material consideration.
If you follow that argument, then it follows that we can't impose any local needs occupancy condition on any application that comes before us, doesn't it? Because if they are, as Councillor Thackeray says, so as to make them unviable or to make it not worth the developer's while to do them, then the whole concept of a local needs occupancy condition would appear to me to be slightly dodgy, but there we are.
And then it also overrides the primacy of our local plan.
Absolutely.
Chairman, I do think that this is a matter for the local plan working party, and it's part of our deliberations.
Yes, I think you're right, Councillor Goodrich. To be honest, I think we will cut the conversation short in just a minute. Councillor Thackeray, your last word.
Yeah, my last word. Is the inspector then waffles on quite correctly that without putting that property on the open market, it won't get built. And the amount of builders that I've spoken to who say exactly the same thing about every development, every plot of land that is going to be subject to a local needs occupancy condition it ain't going to get built because they can't make any money. So the council has shot every builder in the foot and makes us look absolutely idiotic. But what I would like to know is, because the proof of the pudding is in the eating or in the reading, this planning inspector has not read the documents in front of him and has made his assessment on the incorrect information. So what is the validity of this appeal decision? I would like to invite the chairman of this planning committee to write to the planning inspector, point out the errors of his assessment and ask him to revise and revisit his appeal. Thank you. Or I'll do it myself.
Can I? If this meeting agrees, can I suggest, Councillor Thackeray, that you write out your concerns, and then if this meeting agrees, we'll send a letter in. Is that okay? Is that agreed, everybody? Sorry? Yeah, I know it will come from me. I hereby close the meeting.